Test, 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 test. Howdy doody, chat. We are live. Pickles, baby. I am back. What's up, Sarah? Hello. We are back. We are back. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello, yes I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I love that he is so his MAGA agenda has shifted to MAGA, make Israel great again, and I am all in on MAGA.
Sense a bit of sarcasm.
Oh, maybe just a hair. I used to support Trump. I think I do still. He's better than some of our other candidates, but I don't think that he's doing what he said he would do.
I mean, I think that's a kind of an understatement. Like, he completely lied entirely about his policy to get elected.
Like which one?
Remember when he said he had no idea what Project 2025 was, and now he's 60% done with it?
Where'd you hear that he was 60% done with it?
Here's a nifty little website for you. It's called Project 2025 .observer.
Bro, I thought that thing Project 2025 was bullshit though.
Yeah, everybody was saying that it was liberal propaganda, that he was not going to do it. But just about all of his hirees, all of his administration is made of people, authors of Project 2025. The architect of Project 2025 is the Congressional Budget Officer.
The Congressional Budget Office. Is there proof of that?
Yeah. Project 2025 architect Trump admin Russell Vought. He is director of Office of Management and Budget OMB.
But like the proof that hold on, let me read this. Interesting. I mean, yeah, we know he's bought and paid for by the Jews, so I wouldn't be surprised. Trump.
This is not anything about Jewish, though. I mean, there's stuff in Project 2025 that's totally going to bat for Israel, and I mean, if you guys just looked into it, I guess you would have known better. But yeah, he's not exactly hard to buy. I think he's bought out by everybody. I think he's a complete whore.
He definitely is. I guess I don't really disagree with you then.
Yeah.
All right. Word.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
I sure am. Only two genders. Amen. What about you?
Only two genders. Have you ever Googled that?
Yeah, I have. And can Google lie to you?
I think that people who don't understand what gender are say that there's only two genders.
So
And
there's
it's
male,
sad.
there's female,
That's
and
a
what else is there?
sex. Those are sexes.
There's man, there's woman, and what else is there?
Boy, girl, right?
Those would still represent male and female constructs. What else is there, bro?
So there's actually infinite number of genders. Gender is a social construct. We literally made it up. It's nothing. It's literally whatever we want it to be.
So we can look in the animal kingdom and see the exact same thing, whereby they just choose their social construct of male and female.
Now, animals don't have the same social awareness as we do. They don't have social constructs like we do. Like this is a dog, right? This is a 16-year-old or 14-year-old dog. It's a female. Is that a woman?
It would be still a female or a woman dog.
It's
But
not
for
a woman dog. We don't say woman
the
dog. If I
argument,
told
if
you I
it's
had
in
a
a
woman
pack,
in my bed, would you think that I might be talking about a dog?
well, let me ask you a very easy question. If it's in a pack, could your woman dog become the alpha?
Depends on what species, yeah.
No, I said the dog, the woman dog. Can the woman dog become the alpha?
Yes, there are plenty of species where even dogs have woman alphas. Yes, and alpha is also kind of like an
That would be
outdated
untrue.
thing. Alpha's not a real thing.
When it comes to dogs, it is a real thing because they actually have social constructs. So you're saying that man and animal don't have social constructs, or man creates his own social construct, but a dog
Yes.
doesn't. A dog doesn't have
Okay.
social awareness,
Do
but
you
they
respect
automatically have a social construct.
do you respect freedom of religion?
To a certain extent.
That's weird. You look pretty religious, right?
Yeah, but can somebody have a religion that says they can unalive me? And should I support that?
I mean, your religion has some pretty bad stuff in there too. You guys did the Crusades, right?
Can somebody have a religion whereby they say, no matter what, through all time, their main job is to unalive the Christian, and I'm supposed to support that? Is that freedom of
Now,
religion?
again,
That would
I'm
be
talking
idiocy, right?
about
That would be idiocy, right?
non-fundamental religions. Like we fundamental Christians are just as dangerous, if not more, than fundamental Muslims, right?
It's not true. By the number of terrorist activity, who has the advantage?
In America, Christians.
How so? How many terrorist activities have Christians done in comparison? I mean, yesterday, a guy in Switzerland, a Muslim guy in Switzerland, he poked somebody 3 times. Well, 3 people,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah,
Right.
you
So
guys
that's
are
when's the
so
last time somebody?
80.
Once the question is, when's the
I'll
last
tell
time a
you.
Christian did that?
I'll tell
Mhm.
you. So, 80% of Republicans are Christian or religious, and 60% of America is Christian. 70% of all domestic terrorism is done by y'all on the right. 70%. 10% of is Muslim, 20% is left. So you guys are absolutely far more dangerous than Islam here.
Can you name the terrorist activity of the right?
Yes, anti-abortion terrorists blowing up clinics, threatening doctors, killing pro-choice legislatures like Melissa Hortman and her husband.
Melissa Hortman and her husband decided to unalive AB doctors.
No, they were killed by one of y'all.
Well, who is the y'all? Who is the y'all?
The pro-life weirdos.
No, that's not the argument. What's the name and what party do they represent?
They were Republican. They were doing it because they were pro-life and they were killing pro-choice legislatures. You guys also do a bunch of white supremacy, KKK, Yahtzeeism. At least the KKK it's actually very fundamentalist Christian. They started as a Christian group.
Is that the extent of your evidence? I said yesterday, 3 people were unalive, poked by a Muslim.
Oh no!
You're going to
There's
something in
17,000 murders in the United
But you're
States
going
every
to
year.
2025, right?
Last
I'm actually
year,
dealing with
less than a year ago.
I'm dealing with specifically terrorist activity. I'm not
Yes,
sure why
this
you're
is
trying.
terrorist. Yes, this is a
So
terrorist
we're,
thing.
we're going to look at this Vance Bolter guy. How do you know that he's a Republican? Where does it
He
say
had a
that?
whole list of pro-choice legislatures. Which party is not pro-choice?
So you're saying automatically that the Democrats are against the life of babies?
I'm saying that we're pro-choice. Doesn't mean we want to kill all babies. That means we want to have the ability to choose when our women give birth.
So you're saying women should have the right to unalive a child. Is that constitutional?
Yeah, it's self-defense, right?
Well, what's the attack?
90% of all births result in a woman's vagina being teared open.
That would be untrue.
That's a literal fact, man.
By saying it's torn open means that it will no longer be functional after the tearing, and therefore the self-defense will be warranted.
How does that entail that it would not function?
Would it still be functional after the tearing?
If I broke your arm, would it grow back? Would your bones grow back and still be functional? Does that mean I didn't break your arm?
That'll be a false equivalence. You're saying that there's an actual
equivalent.
Well, you haven't shown how there's tearing. No, it's not, because most births don't deal with tearing of the V. So you're making up stuff. You're not biologically adept at this information.
Bub. 80 to 90% of first-time vaginal births result in some degree of tearing.
And what does that mean?
Are you going to minimize that?
An attack. 1 second. Is that an attack? Can that be considered?
That is harm. That is harm. So if somebody doesn't want to go through birthing a child and having their vagina torn open, they should be able to opt out and defend themselves from that.
By the way, according to your argument about Bolter, nobody has ever registered him as either a Democrat or Republican, so you don't know the political identity of him.
This is, again, this is a pro-life thing. This is absolutely religious. He had a whole life of pro-choice legislatures that he wanted to kill.
Right, but that's not the argument. The argument is that you claim that he's from a party, but there's no party associated with him, according to the legislature that actually records his votes.
Nice. Okay, we'll just go with the guy who beat Nancy Pelosi's head.
Tearing of a V through birth. I mean, come on, bro. This is bad. You're saying tearing of a V through birth warrants unaliving, right? So in what case, if this is your argument, in what case does assault warrant unaliving? Or basic assault or simple assault, which is a misdemeanor?
I don't know. Like 2 days ago, we just had somebody who was cleared of all charges who killed a young black child who was accused of stealing water bottles. He was cleared of all charges. So apparently it's like the norm, right, in the law?
No, that child was strapped. Is it normal for 14-year-olds to be strapped?
He was not strapped.
He had something inside his bag, right?
How did that guy know?
Now you're running.
How did that guy know?
Did he have it? Well,
how did that guy know?
It was said that he pulled it out.
How did that guy know?
Did he have it?
Let me see.
Was he strapped? Yes or no? I mean, you're bringing up
look it up.
You don't know about the cases?
Let me look it up.
Yeah,
you're telling me.
Switch. Thank you. You can't handle the truth. Kid had a switch.
Yeah. Let me see. Hi, Kobe.
Yeah, no, he didn't know that he had it. That's a lie. Pretty sure also it's an open carry state, is it not?
Did he have it? Did he have it, ma'am? Are you saying
he know? Did he know?
Did he have it?
Did he know? Wait. Did he know?
He said
did he know?
Knew because the little boy
No, he didn't know. He didn't know. He didn't know he had it. Should I go and wait? Hold on. Should I just?
He knew because the kid pulled it out.
No, he did not know.
They chased him 130.
He did not know.
They chased him 130 yards. Is that a threat to his life being fucking chased for not even stealing the water that he was accused of stealing?
Listen, if that's the case, then should we just go and randomly unalive everybody because we think they might have a gun on them? Is that what God's sword is saying, that we should just randomly go and unalive people?
And he never threatened him. He was never threatened.
Well, Kobe has admitted that there was a piece inside on the boy. You have admitted that there was a piece on the boy.
That guy
did he know? Did he know? Did he know? Did the child know?
Because he had to use his
piece.
He
didn't know. They did not know.
They chased him for a very long while.
They did not know. They did not. They chased. Listen.
Right. They can chase him.
Did they at the point? 1 second. When they were chasing him, did they know he had a gun?
I'm not sure. What is the court
They
document?
didn't know. They didn't know.
I do know.
They didn't
I know
know.
at the
They
point
did
of
not
when
know.
they. One second,
Isn't it,
Kobe.
Pickles? Isn't it
Kobe,
very
Kobe, it's
interesting?
okay. Are
Yeah,
you
isn't
okay?
it
Wait, you asked me a
interesting?
question. Can I respond to you properly?
Yeah, can I just
The
say, isn't
interesting
it?
thing is that he did know when he was chasing him
No,
that the
he didn't
boy
know.
pulled it out
He
on
didn't
his son.
know. He did
No,
not
no, no.
know.
When they were chasing him,
Prove
the boy
it.
pulled it out on his son while he was
Hold on.
chasing him. Well,
No.
the
Prove
court
that
just
he.
No, he
One
didn't.
proved it,
second.
man.
No.
The
Prove
court
that.
just
Prove
proved
it.
it. The
Prove
court
it.
just did. The
Prove
courts
it.
just did. That's why he was
Prove.
exonerated.
Hold on. One
The
second.
jury proved it, man. What's wrong with you?
Prove that he knew he had a gun when he was chasing him out of the store. Prove that. Isn't it interesting, Pickles, that these people are always pro 2A? Don't take my gun away from me. Don't take my gun. I'm pro 2A. But in an open carry state, a person who has a gun inside their bag all of a sudden can be killed.
Notice how much they
As long
hate
as
the
they're black,
American law
right?
system
As long as they're black,
and evidence
right?
and courts. Are you guys against the court?
Can you
Wait, are you saying
prove?
the court
Hold on
is
one
wrong?
second. First of all, the
Kobe,
jury
I
doesn't
know you're
prove
jumping in
anything.
hot and you like to do this monologue thing, but are you saying that the
Prove that he knew he had a gun when he left the
jury
store.
was wrong, Kobe? How is the
Prove
jury wrong?
again. Prove that
You
he
don't have to
had.
prove it. The jury
Prove
has
that
proven
he
it.
fucking knew. Prove that he knew he had a
The
gun
jury
when he was
proved it.
leaving.
The jury proved it.
The jury doesn't prove anything. You clearly don't know how the court
I'm
works.
asking you.
Again,
How
prove
is the
gods.
jury
I do
wrong?
not listen. I'm so sorry. You made a claim. You said he knew he had a gun. Prove he knew he had a gun when he was leaving
So
the
you
store.
cannot engage like an adult.
You said you made no. We're not gonna
hide
pivot.
under a
We're not
skirt, but it's
Pookie.
not
We're not pivoting. We're not pivoting, Pookie.
No, I'm not.
Prove. Listen.
What do you call me just now, man? Wait. What you call me just
I
now, man?
called you Pookie. That's what I called you. I'm black. You dumbass.
Oh, you're black. So you have.
Yes, I'm black
are you
woman.
against this? How do I know that?
So again, can
Wait, how do I know that? I can't hear that in your voice.
You can
And
literally
Kobe
see
is
my
not a black
photo.
man. No. You sound
You
quite
can
racist.
literally see my photo.
No. How do I know that's your photo?
Oh
You
my
sound
God.
racist.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
haven't called
You're
you a
coping.
racist.
Prove that he knew he had a
I
gun
haven't
when he
called you a
was.
racial
Stop.
slur.
Yeah. Hold on. Again, Pookie is not a racial slur. Are you okay?
It is a racial slur.
Pookie is not a
Yeah,
racial
Pookie and Ray
slur.
Ray are
Stop
racist
being
slurs.
goofy.
Man,
You're
why are you
goofy.
being racist?
Stop
Why are you being
pivoting.
racist, white
Stop
woman?
pivoting. Black people
White
can't be
woman, why are you
racist.
being racist? I'm
Black
asking you one
people
more
cannot
time.
be racist.
Well, you say you're black. I don't know that. But let's get back to
Again,
the jury
can you
evidence.
stop
The
stop
jury has
fucking pivot,
concluded.
stop
The jury
pivoting.
was quiet
Prove
racist
that
lady
he
who's
knew
trying to silence
again. Prove that he knew he
quiet
had a
racist
gun
lady that's trying to
when he
silence
was
black
leaving.
people.
Again, prove that he knew he had a gun when he was leaving the store. Prove that. You claimed he knew he had a gun. Prove that. Prove it.
So the entire argument, the entire case was built on the.
Prove it.
I am
Prove
now.
it.
I am. Relax.
Okay,
I
prove
am.
that he
Why are
knew
you
it.
so
No,
scared?
don't tell me to
Why are you
relax.
so
I'm
scared?
relaxed.
Well,
Prove it.
silence then. Right? So the entire argument of the defense was based on the fact that a young man had pulled the pew out on his son.
Prove
entire defense.
that he. Hold on.
So using that defense, using that defense, they won.
Pickles, did he not say that he knew he had a gun when he was chasing him?
Why
Yes.
did they win?
Hey, stop running, Pookie. Prove that he knew he had a gun when he was leaving.
Look,
Prove that.
you squirrely little weird white woman. I don't want to engage with you. I'm already cooking the host, and
I'm a fucking white woman, right? I'm a white woman, right? I'm a white woman, right? Clearly, I'm a very fucking tan white woman.
Let me see your
I'm
face,
a white
Muslim.
woman. Listen,
Let me see your face,
listen.
Muslim. You
Yeah,
look
I'm
Somali.
listen.
You have
Stop
very straight
again.
hair.
Stop being a
Very
stop
straight
having
hair.
again.
Wait.
Prove. I'm not gonna let you pivot. I
The
don't
Arab
listen.
hammed up.
This is not a first date. Don't ask me questions
Muslim
about myself.
insurgents.
Again, prove that
Say
he
Muhammad
knew
is-
he had a gun.
Can you say Muhammad?
Prove that he knew he had a gun when he was leaving the store.
Can you
Prove
first? Can you say Muhammad is?
Prove. I'm
First,
not
can you
Muslim.
say that Muhammad is
I'm
a
not
king?
Muslim.
Where you?
Where you-
What are you?
I'm not
You're
Muslim.
not black. You're not black.
Hold on.
You have very
1
straight
second.
hair. You have very straight,
Does
stringy hair.
this look like a Muslim to you? Would a Muslim have an Orthodox cross in their home? You fucking
Let's see the size of your forehead.
You asswipe. I'm not a Muslim. So again,
Where you from? Where you from?
again, hold on. How
What
do I
country?
do
What
this?
country?
Give me a second.
So it's an immigrant trying to tell a black man, a black American.
I'm black, you fucking asswipe. So
You're an
again,
immigrant.
prove.
You're an immigrant.
Stop pivoting. You're crashing out.
No,
Stop
immigrant,
running.
immigrant. I already
Stop
went to the
running.
jury.
Stop running. Stop
I'm not
running.
running. I
Stop
went to the
running.
jury.
Stop running.
No,
Stop
well, you know what? While
running.
I'm running, I'm pulling out the
Stop
pew pew.
running with your ad homs. Stop
Right,
running.
I'm pulling
Stop
out the pew pew
running.
on you.
Stop
I'm about to
running.
bust.
Stop running. Prove it.
Well, what you gonna do? I'm running still.
I know you're running. I
Pulling
know
out
you're
the-
running. Prove
I'm
it.
pulling out the switch on you while I run. What will you do?
Prove that
What will
he
you do?
knew he had a gun when he was leaving the store. Yeah, you're a black man who's demonizing a black child. What does that say about you? What does that say about you? Not only are you're a
acting
coon.
irrational. Look at
You
you.
are a coon. You are a coon by trying to demonize a 14-year-old child. Prove that he knew he had a gun when he was leaving.
Black American nationalism.
Prove you're not a black American nationalist because you hate black people.
Thank you, immigrant.
You hate black people. Prove that he knew yes, you do. You fucking hate black people. You hate black people because you're demonizing a 14-year-old child who was slain and innocent. Don't come here with your bullshit ass Timo nationalism, pretending like you care about black people when you're actively demonizing a 14-year-old child. Prove that he knew he had a gun when he was leaving the store. I'm not gonna let you pivot from here. Prove it.
Now you're changing up the words.
You said he knew he had a gun when he was leaving the store. Prove it.
You're asking me a question. I'm trying to respond.
Prove it. No. Prove it. I don't give a listen. You're a fucking nobody. You're goofy. You are goofy as fuck. Yeah.
Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah says Pookie is an asswipe for real, for real. W. Sarah's in the chat.
Yeah. By the way, this guy, listen, I'm a black woman. He just decided to pivot. And he talked about being a black nationalist. You're not a fucking black nationalist. You're a coon. That's what you are. He sat here and he tried to demonize a black child, an innocent black child. I don't know why he came up here. First of all, that's not even a good representation of Christianity. Because if he hates black and brown people so much, why is he worshiping a brown man? Right? Sorry, Pickles. I had to take there were 437 people here, and that guy, that self-hating dude, sat here and tried to demonize a 14-year-old child. And what's interesting to me is it's so interesting that these people who say they're pro-TA, don't take my gun away from me, I'm pro-2A. The founding fathers and ancestors, they told me that I have a right to my gun. But then when a black person has a gun, all of a sudden, they don't care. They're not pro-2A anymore. Right?
Our judicial system is broken, specifically for one or a few races or groups of people. Most definitely, yes. The fact that this kid didn't even actually steal anything, right? He was seen putting the water bottles back. You don't chase somebody, especially you don't shoot somebody in the back. I think that's automatically grounds for not self-defense. That's not self-defense. I can't believe that this guy got out scot-free. I think it's disgusting. And the fact that they're more worried about Carmelo Anthony than this. They think that this is a nothing burger. Both cases are tragedies. But
yeah, but also, what about Kyle Rittenhouse? When it's a white kid, he's allowed to have a gun, right? And unalive people in quote-unquote self-defense. But when it's a 14-year-old kid, he's allowed to be chased down by two grown men when he never stole any water bottles. That's crazy. That guy did not know that he had a gun. He didn't know at all.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, Oscar?
Oh, I just wanted to get a word in edgewise about those shootings in Minnesota because I find it pretty remarkable that callers like that one can. For people who don't know, we had two of our lawmakers shot in their beds while they were sleeping. One of them and their partner didn't survive, and the other and their partner did survive. And we caught him because the pattern of behavior was obvious enough that they apprehended him before he went to the third Democratic lawmaker who he was trying to murder. And people say that this wasn't. People want proof that this is somebody who didn't like Democrats. I just want. I've been sitting here a little annoyed on behalf of my state.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
And he wanted instances of Christians doing terrorism in the United States. May 2026, Islamic Center of San Diego shooting. 2 teenage gunmen fatally shot 3 people in the Islamic Center of San Diego. This type of shit, especially what he was just saying, anti-Islamic, Islamophobia bullshit, justifying violence against this group of people or fear-mongering about Sharia law. This is absolutely something causing violence, especially when we talk about such a small minority group. It gets violent very quick. Very quick. And then, yeah, any abortion clinic attack. Not to mention, they don't even have to attack, but the terrorism instilled and the guilt and shame instilled into the women that are just trying to get regular health care. Just regular, sometimes not even abortions, just being accosted by people that think that's any of their fucking business.
Well,
Can I just say, I went to the supermarket and I saw some hummus in the fridge, and I was like, oh, I'll be damned. Shakira law is right here in this country, because why do we have hummus now? It's crazy. Oh, I mean hummus, sorry.
Well, people ask me all the time, like when I'm talking to them, they're like, "Oh, so do you like all those Somalis in your neighborhood? Do you like all this?" And I'm like, "Dude, their food is fire. Like, what are you? Like,
Yeah.
Of course I do. Like, what are you talking about? You ever had Mediterranean food? Like, they know how to cook meat. Like, what can I say?"
Yeah, pipe it down. Don't take my food. I love Indian food. I love all the foods that come here. American food's boring as fuck. I mean, what do we even have? Hot dogs? Is that even America? I don't know. We don't have. You guys would be. You guys would be big trouble.
I feel like comfort food from the South is maybe something we've got. Southern comfort food's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's also terrible for you. So.
Yeah. But that's also black food.
Yeah.
And black food.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, y'all are both welcome to hang out here. I can move on to the next guest. But
I got to get ready for my own show, so I'm gonna hop down. But I was extended the invitation to co-host from one of your mods, so yes. I'll definitely grab a time when I'm less busy and hop up for longer.
All right, dude. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to hang out with you.
Yeah. We'll talk soon. Good to see you, and nice to meet you, Kobe.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Goodbye, everybody.
Chat, please follow Oscar. He does debates as well. Just don't cheat on me. All right. Just don't cheat on.
Yeah.
He does
make
fantastic.
Sure you always prefer Pickle's stream
I'm
over
just
mine.
Kidding. No, you just choose your own. It's fine. But yeah, Oscar does fantastic debates. He employs the Pickles School of Honey Dicking.
Dude, when you pulled that thing about breaking somebody's arm and then it healing and then it not being broken, I was like, this dude has my brain. Like, this is exactly the type of argument I make. Took the words out of my mouth. Have a good one, Pickles.
All right, you too. God dang, dude. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Are you Bane?
Yeah.
What's going on here? What do you like about Trump?
Yeah, so what I like about Trump is that he's, fixing other things in, other countries. I think that what did they call that place? Argentina.
America First, right?
Well, yeah, he had to blow up that place. I forgot what they called it. But yeah, I feel like those people would have destroyed our country, and I also don't like
what?
How
Who?
I forgot the person's name, but we arrested him and his wife. Brought them here to America.
Are you talking about Maduro?
Yeah.
I don't know if we got his wife. We got his wife?
Maduro is also not Argentinian.
Yeah, that's Venezuela.
Venezuela. Yeah. I'm so glad that we took away these individuals because I generally don't. Because they're dictators. They're dictators, and they're trying to control their people. And I believe that we need to destroy them from, taking over. And I also agree with the fact that Trump is trying to, fix, the Iranian war. He's making deals with the Iranian government to specifically stop the war.
Stop the war he started?
No, it was actually Israel, so don't even do that. Israel was the one that actually concluded to that, and
No,
then
it was America
yes,
and Israel that
no,
started the.
no, it
What
was
kind of
actually
They both.
Israel that
revisionist history
convinced.
you're reading,
Wait,
dude?
they both were attacking on the same day. What are you talking
No, that's a
about?
lie. No, that's a lie.
That's not
Because
a
if
lie. They literally airstriked Iran on the same day, towards the end of February.
what month? What? Oh, you said in February.
Yeah, towards the end of February, they both attacked Iran on the same day. It was a
This
joint
can't be.
U.S. and Israeli attack. American officials also said it was a joint attack. Why are you lying?
Okay, and also I would like to talk about that boy you guys were talking about, the 14-year-old boy. Actually,
Oh, okay.
if
Still.
that's fine. No, I'm gonna be as quick as possible. I don't want to, put it like, too much time and emphasis on this. But what I would like to say is that the boy that was carrying the gun actually was not legally able to carry it because in America, sure, we're an open carry state, but 14-year-olds cannot carry
Just
a
like
gun
Kyle
within.
Rittenhouse.
Yes, I agree that he should not be able to carry a gun either.
Wait, was Kyle Rittenhouse acquitted?
Wait, how old was he when he
17.
first carried his gun?
He was
Yeah,
17.
so yeah, he shouldn't even have a gun.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy, isn't it, that you're applying that rule to a black kid, a 14-year-old kid who was being chased down, who wasn't even using a gun on people. He was chased down. But
Well,
then
I mean, if you look at
that
the
rule
video, he
doesn't
seemed
apply
agitated.
to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Well, I mean, if you actually looked at the video, you can see that it looked like he was agitated. He was yelling at he was being disrespectful to the Asian guy.
No, he
And I
wasn't
believe-
being disrespectful. I watched
Yes,
the
he
video.
was.
Why
I
are
watched
you
the
lying?
No. I watched the video too.
Why are you lying?
No, you're lying. And
I
I'm gonna
watched the
explain.
video. How is it? Wait, hold on. Did he pull a gun on the store owner?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so cool. What did he do that was disrespectful? He
He
complied.
carried a gun. He carried a gun into an establishment. The guy
Did
was
he
suspicious.
know?
The
Did
guy
he
was
know that he had a
suspicious.
gun? Did he
No.
know that he had a gun? Did he know that he
First
had a
of-
gun? Did he know that he had a gun?
No.
Well,
Also, I never knew that according to the law, if you're disrespectful, that warrants a death sentence. That's crazy.
well, they
I think you're
suspected-
being disrespectful now. Do you
They
deserve to die?
suspected- No. I never said he deserved to die.
Okay,
You're
cool.
implying certain things that I never said.
No, because
There's
then
a
why do you bring
difference.
it up?
You're running defense for the murder of this child, and your response
No, I'm
is
not. No, I am not. Because the difference here is that they suspected him. If you have
They suspected that he had a gun?
If you have extreme causes of suspectivity of another individual,
They suspected that he had a gun?
they suspected that he stole the water.
He didn't steal the water though.
Yeah, but they suspected that though.
Wait, so why couldn't they call the cops if they thought he stole the water? I'm confused. Why did both of them chase two adults?
$5 worth
down.
of
Well,
water?
actually,
Give me a fucking break.
yeah, but you guys are not making sense because the difference here is that in America you have the ability to suspect anybody you wish unless you have probable cause.
That sentence did not make sense. You want to try again?
You are able to suspect anybody if you have a reason to.
Yeah,
Wait,
we're
didn't
not...
the dude, the father, literally shoot at other people as well?
Are you talking about his past crimes?
Yeah.
Do we have any reason for why he shot at them?
Wait, so you have a guy who has a pattern of behavior attacking a 14-year-old child because he supposedly stole water bottles. And you're trying to justify that.
Actually, they didn't even shoot at him first. It was after he ran out the store, which they did shoot. And the difference is they had even a higher suspectability of these individuals because he ran out the store. They thought he had water.
You're a black child, right? You're black?
Who, me?
Yeah?
I'm African American, but yeah, you can.
Yeah, you're black. You know that the same excuses that you're using right now to justify the unaliving of an innocent child could be used against you, right?
Yeah, but I'm not going around carrying a gun.
No. I'm saying nothing you do is gonna protect you from racism because that's how racism functions.
No,
Okay,
I agree.
so you're sitting here,
you're
sitting here lying on an innocent child. First of all, he didn't even run out of the store.
He did. He literally
didn't.
did.
Show me the video.
I literally.
Show me
how
the
am I
video.
suppo-
Show me the
how am I
video
supposed
of him
to-
running out. Show me the video of him running out.
How am I supposed to show you a video if I'm on here?
Hold on. Let me turn on the video.
I don't even have screen share on this. I don't have.
It's okay. It's
as an
okay. I
option.
got you. It's okay. I got you. So according to you, if somebody suspects somebody just for any type of behavior, and if they're disrespectful, they can just shoot at them. It's okay.
No. I never said that. I said that he ran out the store, and the guy suspected.
Does your claim that he ran out the store? That's definitive?
Yes.
You're claiming that he ran out the store. He didn't walk out the store.
Well, yeah, he walked out and then ran.
I don't even think it makes a difference. Walking or running, you don't get shot for water.
You see the mental gymnastics that he's trying. First of all, you lied and you said he ran out the store. He didn't run out the store. He walked out the store. 1 second. He walked out the store and only ran when he started getting chased down.
Okay, fine. Maybe
a 14-year-old child getting chased down by 2 grown adults for about how many? Was it like 1 or 2 football fields? Like
130 yards.
Okay, so he got so scared and anxious that he even dropped his phone and his mother's phone. So he was terrified for being chased by 2 adults, and you're sitting here trying to justify his unaliving.
I never said I was trying
You are justifying his unaliving.
Listen, I love this. This all started with an abortion argument. You know what? If a fetus is stealing a woman's resources, even their water, we should be able to kill it, right?
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I don't actually have any contentions with abortion. Wait, you thought I had a contentions with abortion?
No, I think you're in checkmate.
No, not really.
Boss, can I just say?
Also, I would like to talk about the birth rates actually, because if you're talking about how abortion is going to be necessary, then wouldn't it be more conclusive that we as American citizens should have more kids that are actual American citizens and not bringing in actual immigrants from different countries?
Oh my God, dude!
Supply our
this
birth
is so
rate.
Sad.
I mean, right? Actually, and I actually have statistics and data for this. I mean, the data specifically says that our for American citizens, for the birth rate to be more stagnant and not changing or going to affect us greatly, it has to be 2.1. Our birth rate dropped. Yeah, so it went all the way down, and it continues to drop.
And then you guys are doing mass deportation. Perfect.
No, because you have to think about this, right? We're not saying that we want. Okay, so for me, I don't think we should mass deportate everybody. That's why we still have legal.
Dude, the words you're using. You're making up. This is like the 5th word you made up, dude. Second of all, I don't see how you're going to gatekeep who can be an American. Anybody born in American soil. This is with 37 other countries have birthright citizenship. Yes, it's in the Constitution. Anybody born on U.S. soil is an American, and I don't care what color they are. I don't care what culture they are. I don't give a flying fuck. Then why are you sitting here saying what is your favorite type of birth rate? What is your favorite type of people giving birth? Are you sitting here trying to say we should discern? Yeah, I know. And you're deporting people to the tune of millions. Yeah, I know. And now we need even more.
What? We haven't even come close to deporting millions of people. Not even close. And even Trump right now hasn't even been able to deport even 1 million.
He claims that 1 million people self-deported, right?
Well, he claims that, but do you trust that?
No. But you guys would be happy to think that, right?
No, I don't think that though. That's you're claiming that
this is just an external critique. You guys have the most insane, like picky choosy of what Trump's rhetoric is true for you at any given moment.
Do you think I'm MAGA?
It seems like it.
I'm a Republican.
Close enough.
It's not close enough at all. MAGA and Republican are 2 different entities. You cannot use MAGA and Republican in the same light. They are 2 different things.
Oh, sure.
There are 2 different things.
Sure, tax
MAGA
breaks.
Wants Trump. MAGA wants Trump to be the president of at all costs. There's a difference here.
And the Republican Party loves that, and they're riding his coattails to pass all the legislation.
Name me one Republican. Name me one Republican that's not MAGA.
Okay.
That's not MAGA.
Mitch McConnell.
You mean the guy? Okay, keep on going.
Lindsey Graham.
Keep on going.
Adam
Is that it?
Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, those people are chased out. You guys do purity tests for these people. You guys are so tribalistic. Everybody's a rhino who doesn't fall directly in line with Trump or whoever's in power at the time. You guys have no backbone.
Sure, maybe you can talk about the people who are actually in the Republican, party that have been, putting a negative light onto us. I mean, I can name a bunch of people who are in the Democratic side who has done more evil stuff. For an example, we could talk about the individual that killed Charlie Kirk. What about that?
He was not. He was not a Democrat. He was not political at all.
Democratic views. He had democratic views.
No, he had
supported the LGBT. He supported the
That's
LGBT.
not democratic. You guys are just against it. That's not democratic thing. There's gay people on your side too, and they hate themselves. But there's gay people on your side. There's trans people on your side. You guys just found a common enemy.
But the difference is they understand the truth.
They understand the truth of what?
They understand the truth that these individuals are mentally ill. They have no real reason to even conclude to that answer. They have nothing.
They hate trans people and they're trans?
I would say that would be a contradiction. Sure, I believe that these people are contradicting themselves for saying, they hate trans, but they're trans. That doesn't make any sense to me, and I think they're still mentally ill. But I think that these people are coming to the light, and I think
it's disgusting to say that, and I think that what you say and your beliefs that you're espousing right now causes violence towards these people.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, because I'm going to explain why it doesn't. Because when I specifically say the truth does not care about your feelings. It has an objective basis. If I say that the sun is blue, nobody can tell me that the sun is green. So when you're telling me, what you're telling me is you're trying to make an emotional argument for these people, even though they only work in the realms of subjectivity. They don't have a reason for anything. They only base everything based off of their own
trans
preferences,
people
their
are
own
not
biases.
Trans people are go ahead.
Sorry, isn't that what you did when you came up here, when you lied on that 14-year-old child based on your own biases that you have?
Okay.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you're pointing the finger while three fingers are pointing back at you.
No. I admitted earlier that maybe I was wrong, and sure, I would throw the torch and concede that maybe I was not correct on that one, right? I watched the video from other lens, and some people are saying that this is true, that he ran from the store. That's what I'm hearing, right? So maybe I don't have 100% conclusion, 100% of anything when it comes to this guy, all right? But what I see and what I'm told is two different things that your guys are telling me. So I'm not basing anything off of anything. I'm just saying what I think. Now,
wait, how old are you, boss? Sorry, did you ask him how old he was?
No, he didn't. Yeah, I'm 18.
When were you born?
I was born in 2008, February 13.
Okay. Continue.
What? You thought I was 17 or 16? Oh, whatever. So I would just specifically say this, right? I only agree with Trump because the immigration status. I believe that I don't believe that immigrants should be here, illegal immigrants. I believe that once they come through the border, it's already illegal. They should not be breaking our laws because we set laws for a reason. I don't care if these people are coming.
No matter how small, right? No matter how small. So what Trump's felonies? What do you think about those?
Can you name me the felonies? I don't know these felonies.
34 felonies, fraud, campaign finance.
So wait, campaign finance. So these don't even have anything to do with like actual people. It's just
same thing with crossing an imaginary line, right?
Yeah, but the difference is like you can make an analogy. For an example, this is the house that you're currently living in, and somebody comes into your house. They're
not coming in. They buy their own houses. They get their own houses. They rent their own houses. So
yeah, but they're not even a citizen. No, but they're not even a citizen. So how
but
are
that
they
doesn't make a
buying
difference.
houses?
You're just worried about.
How are they buying houses?
Okay, they're renting houses, or they're buying them pure cash.
From who? Who are giving them that money? Who's giving them that?
They can come here with money. A lot of them don't, but that is absolutely a possibility.
So you're specifically naming a minority group of people who come here with money versus the majority of people, majority of individuals who don't.
You guys are obsessing over a certain type of crime that is so benign and so silly, and the biggest thing you can come up with is that they're coming into my house, and they're not coming into my house. You guys fucking come to my house, you knock on my fucking door, try to talk to my children, try to indoctrinate my children with Christianity. You guys are doing that.
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
Your side, 80% of your side is Christian.
Yeah, and I believe that they're idiots. But I'm specifically looking at, like, I'm believing. I simply believe when it comes to like certain things, we have to have more. We have to be more, smarter about these things. We cannot allow individuals coming here who we have no documentation of. We don't even know where these people.
It's not true either. These people aren't fucking Jason Bourne. A lot of them get when they rent something, they're documented. When they get driver's license in a lot of states, they're everywhere. You can find information just because they don't have a
documentation from their country.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about you being worried about a check mark next to like legal being legally present. All right. I don't care that much about that. People speed every day. People shoplift every day. If we were to go and prosecute this to 100% like you guys are trying to do with migration and undocumented migrants, it would be a huge waste of resources. I've seen some kid in my neighborhood mowing a lawn and probably got paid $10 for that. That is underage labor, right? That's child labor. Should we go around and spend all sorts of resources, including 900+ billion fucking goddamn it dollars to do this? No, because it's a detriment to our economy. It fucks up every single economic metric you can point to. Every single one of them. It creates a giant $350 billion deficit. And this is your biggest ask. And it's fucking stupid. It's dumb. And it's othering these people. Trump has been talking about this for 10 years. And you're just not willing to accept the fact you might be swayed a little bit on this topic for some mass propaganda. Some fucking Hitler level propaganda.
No. You're lying. Because I'm explaining why you're lying. Because these people come from different countries where, we have issues with the cartel. We have issues with all of these people who are committing crimes in their own country. We have no idea
they don't commit crimes
where
here.
These people are. Well, I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about
then why are you worried about countries?
And then they come here to our country, and then they try to use our resources and our tax
They contribute resources. They contribute tax dollars.
Yeah, legal.
Don't they contribute more than they? Don't they contribute more than they actually take?
Well, you guys wouldn't even want that. You guys wouldn't even want that.
Yes, we do.
Let me tell you why. No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because these companies that use these immigrants are coming here, and they actually want the immigrants to come here because they can pay them less amount of money, so we can make more money. You guys wouldn't even want that. You guys are Democrats. So what are we talking about?
Sorry. No, that's not our argument. I'm saying that even without them, and if you were to just remove all of these people from the workforce, by the way, and I'm sure you feel super sorry for them, and you want the best for them, so you kidnap them and send them to fucking random countries and prison camps. I'm sure that's totally what your motives are. But no, I'm saying that, well, that's what y'all are doing.
Yeah, and I believe that's wrong. But I'm saying I don't want these. Okay, look, I'm gonna make it more clear. I don't think we should have people in our country without documentation, without any American. You can specifically talk about green card holders any day. You can talk about any of these people who are here who have these issues. They can still be legally deported because if they commit a crime,
I'm not saying they can't be. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. I'm saying that you guys are hemorrhaging money and fucking up the economy and the budget doing this.
Yeah, and I believe that. Okay, I understand, but this is for the greater good. This is for the greater good of all Americans.
No, it's not. It's for your feelings.
Yeah, but you're basing your feelings off of morality.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at the fucking budget. I'm looking at the budget. I'm looking at the economy.
Do you know how much money Americans spend every single year on simple things like the military? Do you know how much money they have to spend?
How does this have $900
billion?
How does this pertain to migrants?
Stop it.
How does this pertain to migrants?
A lot of money. They have a lot of money to spend, and you're complaining.
And they paid $97 billion into that program last year. And guess what? They make these programs more solvent. They create demand for small businesses to thrive. They add solvency to our school systems. They do all sorts of great things. I'm not just trying to sit here and capture some cheap labor.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that these people who are in this country, right? I'm basing this off of like the data that I'm looking at and the statistics. I'm looking at the fact that these not Americans, but these immigrants are coming to this country and they're getting taken advantage of.
You're right, dude. You feel so sorry for them. You want to kidnap them and you want to send them to another country, the country they fucking ran from.
Yeah, but I'm not okay, look, I get that, and I believe that. Yeah, no, Trump is not doing a good job when it comes to giving them due process and stuff like that. I agree, but I'm saying that Trump himself, we as a system, we can't do everything at once. We as an American, we don't have as many judges to specifically, have these people documented into
Oh
our
no,
country.
the law's
We
just
don't
too
have
hard to follow. By the way, we need to catch these people who aren't following the law. Get fucked, dude.
No, but these people are literally destroying our country.
But also, Pickles, if I'm not mistaken, between 70 to 90% of people who cross the border seek asylum. Right? And the very act of seeking asylum within itself is legal. When we look at the US itself is a signatory to the 1967 protocol relating to the status of refugees. Even under the Immigration and Nationality Act, anyone physically present in the US or arriving at its border, irrespective of their status, is allowed to apply for asylum. So that is the legal way of applying for asylum, by the way. You simply cross a border, you even whether it is an official port of entry or an unofficial port of entry, and you tell them that you feel unsafe and you want to seek asylum. You cannot illegally seek asylum. The very act of seeking asylum itself is protected according to American law and also international law. And a majority of the people who cross the border, up to 70 to 90%, seek asylum.
No.
What?
No, because I'm gonna explain this. I think when I'm looking at the specific data and the
What data are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the barrel of statistics. The barrel of statistics. I forgot.
What are you looking at?
Can I pull up the source real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, give me just 1 second, please.
I also did not know that there was a barrel of statistics.
Okay, yeah, so the source is called nationalaffairs.com.
And?
Yeah, and it specifically talks about how the immigrants take advantage of the 14th Amendment.
And?
Yeah, so they're using the 14th Amendment specifically to have children in America, which then gives the children the ability to become American citizens, which then...
Wait, I'm so sorry. You said the source was National Affairs, which I just looked it up. It is a conservative right-wing magazine.
So
that is your source?
So what?
No. Oh my God.
It's a source. Just read it.
No, it's not. If I came up here and I told you an argument, right? And let's say, for example, I told you all these immigrants are coming in here and stealing our jobs, and you ask me for my source, and I tell you Mein Kampf from Schindler. Is that a legitimate source? No, it's not.
By the way, 30 seconds ago, you're just crying about birth rates, and now this is the boogeyman.
Exactly. No, but like you brought up an article, right, by a right-wing dude.
Subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
Yes,
it literally is.
No, it's subjective. Because
National Affairs is a quarterly magazine in the United States about political affairs that was first published in September 2009. Its founding editor, Yuval Levin, and authors are typically considered to be conservative and right-wing. And then it also says here, it was originally run by Irving Kristol and featured board members such as Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, former... What? Wait, what?
Someone goes, American birth rates, not immigrant. Guess what? If you're born here, you're American.
Oh my God.
You might as well just say white. Just say white.
Pickles. You know who is the guy who founded the magazine?
Who?
An Israeli dude called Yuval Levin.
Perfect.
So you are quoting a motherfucking Israeli founded...
No need to cuss.
I can cuss.
No need to
Stop
cuss,
me.
man.
It's
Stop
alright,
me.
we'll tell you earmuffs next time we cuss. You don't know your fucking baby ears
So,
around here.
Of
so
course.
hold on
Thank
one
you.
second. So you are quoting a source that was founded by an Israeli man.
So what
Who
if
is
it's from
a
an Israeli?
How
what?
is it? Hold on. How is that non-biased and credible? How is it a neutral source?
What?
You said the Bureau of Statistics or whatever it is.
lie.
Give me
That's a lie.
Give me that primary source.
That's a lie. Because
Give
I'm gonna
me
explain.
that.
That's a lie.
Give me that primary source.
You
Give
want
me
to
that
give you-
primary source.
All right.
Give me that primary source. Oh my god.
He's just saying that people come here to have kids, kind of like Trump's wife.
Fine. I'll give you a better source. It's a .gov website. Do you guys
Okay.
agree with .gov websites?
Okay. Give me that source.
All right. Can I please copy and paste it?
Just tell us
I
the
don't
title.
know.
All right. Yeah, the title is very hard to say, but it specifically says ARTL .S8 .C18 .8 .7 .2 aliens in United States. And do you want me to give you the website too? Because I didn't give you that.
Aliens. Love that.
Yeah, it's the .gov website, so it's more trustable than my .com. Yeah, so it's the Constitution Congress.gov.
And you're just saying that this says that people are coming here to have children, right?
Yeah, they're taking advantage of our system that was originally for African
I'm
Americans.
so sorry. I have it.
was originally for African Americans. Originally for African Americans.
Okay, so this is what your source says. In 1903, the court in the Japanese immigrant case reviewed the legality of deporting an alien who had lawfully entered the United States, clarifying that an alien who has entered the country and has become. Where does it say that they mooch off of the system?
Keep reading. You'll find it.
And has become subject in all respects in its jurisdiction and a part of its population could not be deported without an opportunity to be heard upon the questions involving his right to be and remain in the United States. In the decades that followed, the Supreme Court maintained the notion that once an alien lawfully enters and resides in this country, he becomes invested with the rights guaranteed by the Constitution to all. This goes against your point, by the way.
No.
To all people within our borders. Eventually, the Supreme Court extended these constitutional protections to all aliens within the United States, including those who entered unlawfully, declaring that aliens who have once passed through our gates, even illegally, may be expelled only after proceedings conforming to traditional standards of fairness encompassed in due process of law. The court reasoned that aliens physically present in the United States, regardless of their legal status, are recognized as persons guaranteed due process of law by the 5th and 14th Amendments. Thus, the court determined even one whose presence in this country. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No. You said they mooch off of this system.
Yes, they do.
Leech.
That's the point.
Wait, hold on.
Watch
I'm
this.
so sorry.
Watch this.
I'm so sorry. How did what I read prove your point?
Yeah, because because you're not understanding.
Where does it say that they leech off of the system?
Yeah, so specifically, if we're going to use the source that I just gave you, it literally says that these people are given the right of the 14th Amendment, meaning that these immigrants are using the 14th Amendment and taking advantage of what it was originally for African Americans.
Wait, hold on. Oh my God, Pickles, what is happening? Pickles.
They're using
Pickles.
it.
People, I'm so sorry. What is happening? What is happening?
Advantage of our system.
You said, hold on, one second. You said they're taking advantage of where does it prove that?
Yeah, so I don't, so.
Where does it prove that? Them expanding the law to include other people doesn't mean that those people are oh my God.
When my mother had me, I was also a leech of the system. I was put through school.
I wasn't.
Oh, really? Did your parents
Yes.
pay for your school?
Who, me?
You?
For my school?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my father pays for my school, yeah.
K through 12?
Yeah.
Stop lying. Oh
No,
my
no, no,
god.
seriously. No, seriously, I'm not even joking.
You're a
Like,
liar.
how
I
am
don't.
I a liar? I'm telling you exactly what you guys want to hear. You guys asked me a question and now you're
How
telling me I'm a
common is
liar?
it? How common is it that a U.S. born citizen has their parents pay through K through 12 100%?
Because I'm not. Okay, the difference is my parents actually work, unlike most of these American citizens who do not have jobs.
Who?
My parents work.
What are you talking about? They come here to work, the undocumented migrants. They literally come here to work.
The difference is they're illegal. They shouldn't even be getting money whatsoever.
How does this make the schooling? How does this make them a detriment to society?
Because they're taking. Okay, first of all, you do realize we pay taxes, right?
And so do they?
Are going.
And so do they?
Are going to their own. No, but our taxes are going to them, which
No.
literally they use our taxes.
No, they don't.
To go.
No.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Wait,
so the
boss,
taxes
you're
that we
saying
pay-
you're saying that
Okay.
your father, hold on, you're saying that your father paid for private school and this was the
Yes.
result?
Your
Your father needs a refund. I'm not gonna lie, because that private school was shitty as hell. I'm just saying, this, like, you are the perfect ad for people not to go to that private school, because this is what happened to your father's hard-earned money that you ended up like this.
No, you're a liar, and I'm gonna explain why you're a liar. Because I
How
said
am I
this
a liar?
Yeah, I'm gonna explain multiple times again.
Did that
I'm not-
private school teach you to say deportated as well? Was that private school that taught you to just make up your own words like deportated?
Okay, fine. Maybe I've said that wrong. So I'm gonna specifically say deportation. My bad. Deportated was not a word. Maybe I should not use
Deported.
Yeah, deportation. Deported. Okay, my bad. But what I was specifically trying to say, and please just give me the the chance to speak. What I'm just trying to say is that I don't agree that people should be taking advantage of the 14th Amendment that was originally for African Americans. I don't think that the 14th Amendment should be taken advantage of when everybody at that point was only for the protections of minorities. Illegal immigrants are not minorities because they aren't even considered citizens. So why are we giving them?
Oh my God. Minority citizenship status does not disclude you from being a minority, my friend. I am so sorry. Where did you go to school?
It doesn't matter. I don't want to give
Was it a Trump school? Was it like a PragerU school? Is that what it was?
Yeah, your guys are playing with me. What I'm trying to say is that Trump is correct when it comes to, trying to take away the 14th Amendment for these people because they take advantage of our system.
No, they don't. I'm gonna go through a line of questions with you, okay?
Go ahead.
You say school is a way they start taking advantage of our system.
Yes.
What taxes pay for school?
The taxpayer, the citizens.
State, local, federal?
What do you mean by I could just say the local. Locals pay for the
Perfect. How are local taxes collected?
By the government.
Through what process?
I don't really know. Can you tell me?
Property taxes. 36% of America, roughly, are tenants. Are they also taking advantage of their school systems? Or do you accept that even being a tenant, your money is passed along to your landlord who pays that property tax? As well as sales tax. Do they check your document status, your citizenship status before they collect this tax?
I'm not sure.
No, they don't. Cooked.
And do you have any sources that conclude that?
This is civics 101, dude.
No, 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 no,
Civics
because
101.
no, because I don't think you understand what my point is, right? I'm not saying that I'm not saying that immigrants are the worst of the scum of the earth. I'm saying that immigrants who come here illegally should not be here. We should not
You're
have
just
them in
being
our country.
circular.
How?
You're just being undocumented migrants shouldn't be here because they're undocumented. Like, if
Okay,
I
so
outlawed
okay.
white shoestrings tomorrow and I went around and arrested everybody, and I spent $900 billion, would you be like, yeah, get those motherfuckers? Or would you be like, why are they doing that?
I would say, what would be the reason for that?
Welcome to the Democrat Party.
But the difference is that so you would agree that people who come here illegally should at least go through the legal process.
40% of them came here on a visa. They came through on the legal process. They checked who they were. The rest of them came through, I don't know, the border and said, hey, I'm going to come on a day pass. I'm going to come on a tourist pass real quick. And they just never come back. We track it. That's how we find out how many undocumented migrants are in the country. We track it by year. We track it by which border they came through. We can see all this information. And we've had roughly about the same amount of people here as we do right now. It was 11 million people when Trump left office the first time. And it's probably around 13 or 14 million now. It's not the end of the fucking world. We're talking about 3 or 4% of the population, and you guys are fucking bent over this. You guys are spending so much money. We could have paid for everyone to have higher education.
That's a lie.
Fucking goddamn, you need that.
That's a lie, because I'm
But
explaining why
also,
that's a
Pickles,
lie.
can I just
12
say, can I
million
dispel this
immigrants are in this
idea?
country.
Listen, them seeking asylum is legal. That's the legal way to seek asylum. You don't seek asylum by applying for a visa, like an embassy. You seek asylum by showing up in the country and telling them that you're seeking asylum. That's the legal way of seeking asylum.
Sure, I never disagreed with what you said.
Okay, so cool. And if over 80 to 90% of them are seeking an asylum, then they are doing it the legal way.
Yeah, but most of them aren't even appearing in court. That's the difference.
That's not true. That's not true.
That is true.
83% show up for all of their court hearings. 96 show up when they have a lawyer to every single court hearing. You're fucking lying, dude.
No,
You're lying, boss. You're speaking.
What?
You're speaking. Yes, an overwhelming majority of people do show up. Yes.
So let me get this straight.
You're lying.
12 million illegal immigrants are in this country, and somehow they go through the court system, and somehow they have visas, right? So all of them, they're not even legal.
40% have visas. 40.
They're not even legal citizens.
Oh no.
You're. I don't understand.
You don't. You really don't.
No, but the difference is, like, you cannot.
Wait, do you think asylum seekers are legal citizens? I'm confused.
No, I'm not saying they're legal citizens.
Okay, so them being asylum seekers who are waiting for their asylum application to be processed doesn't mean that they're going to be citizens. You know that, right?
Yes, but this has been going on for years. So how come they've been waiting for almost like 10 years somehow, and there's still 12 million immigrants who are still illegal?
Because it's backlogged. I'm so sorry.
First of all, this is how they got you. You're already wrong when you just start saying illegal. Everyone's illegal. Illegal migrants. This is called propaganda talk. This is literally a dehumanizing piece of rhetoric that you've been. It's in your vernacular now, literally, and it's the same way they used words to dehumanize other groups in this country historically. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that's what you're perpetuating. There's no such thing as an illegal immigrant. That is political talk. That is something perpetuated by the right wing. There's no such thing as a federal document or a federal law that calls them an illegal migrant.
Okay. But
haven't some people literally been caught by ICE while they were in court?
Yes.
In court. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
but like
a judge was tricked into thinking that it was legal by the Trump administration. And we found out very recently that they were all illegally detained. All of these people that were arrested at court hearings.
I mean, fine, but like what I'm trying to express here is that if we have illegal immigrants in the country and they pop up in the border, because you do understand that once they do come through the border, right? Like, sure, if they're looking for asylum, then fine. But I'm also saying that if these individuals are committing crimes or doing anything in our country, they shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I know. We already arrest people who commit crimes and we send them back. We do that. That's already a thing.
We do. Yeah, but we should do more of it.
Why?
Because they're all illegals. They're committing a crime being here.
They're not illegals. Once again, the crime you're talking about is a $250 fine. Ooh, there's people speeding right now outside my house. I'm not fucking crying about it.
Well, I like the difference here is that my father always tells me that if I ever see an illegal, illegal citizen, that I should call ICE department and call on them.
Your father tells you that?
Illegal. Yes, because he's a conservative.
If your father invested so much energy into actually educating you instead of like indoctrinating you, you would have been much smarter. I just wanted to say that.
No, because my father
and also it's very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting that you're not okay with a person who, I don't know, like commits a misdemeanor, but you're perfectly fine with a child rapist being in the office. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy that Trump and all of his cronies...
No evidence whatsoever that he even...
The Epstein files, what are you talking about?
The Epstein files is not... Okay, first of all...
How is the Epstein files not evidence? And also photos.
Because they're all... Okay, first of all...
Wait, are you telling me that Trump was not besties? Hold on, wait. Wasn't there that interview where Trump himself said that him and Epstein had the same type of women? Were into the same type of women? And what type did Epstein have?
I don't know what type of woman he had back in the 90s.
Hold on. Epstein literally was known. I'm so sorry. Are you telling me that Epstein was not a known P3DO?
I think he was maybe in like the 2000s.
He was. Okay, so when Trump meets up with him and also in an interview claims that him and Epstein have the same type in women, what does that mean? How can you have the same type in women with a P3DO?
Trump has 3 million pages of Epstein files he hasn't released yet. He has taken multiple members of Congress into the Situation Room and tried to beat them into submission to not sign the petition to release the Epstein files. There's Britain right now is trying to reach out to the U.S. government. They have been for months to try to get unredacted versions so that they can prosecute people like Prince Andrew. Trump won't give it to him. Won't give it to him. He is right now actively taking actions to protect pedophiles. That's enough. I don't care if he never directly touched a kid, which I'm sure he did. He is protecting them right now. Right now.
Maybe you're right.
No, not maybe. He is right.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Let's say I agree with what you're saying.
What about that minor tennis player? Remember in the 90s, that tennis player, the blonde-haired woman, she was a minor. She was like 16 or 17, and she disappeared off of from the media, and then they found her in Trump's home. Trump invited a 16 or 17-year-old to stay with him for like a couple of weeks. You remember that? Hold on, let me get her name. She was a minor.
Maria Sharapova?
No, not Maria Sharapova. Somebody else. One second.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Not to mention that Trump redacting all of the fucking names and faces of the perpetuators of this violence and rape and trafficking. He had no reason to do that. He did it. And the case that I keep bringing up, which should fucking strike a chord with every person listening, is that there's a fucking video. There's a photo that's completely redacted, and the description says that it's like 5 or 6 older men surrounding a young girl who looks 5 or 6, and they just finished doing something that caused them to have blood all over their fingers. Trump has seen those faces. Pam Bondi sees those faces. Todd Blanche has seen those faces. Kash Patel has seen those faces. Not a single fucking arrest. Not even an investigation.
It's called an allegation.
Okay, is there an investigation going on that I don't know about?
Well, actually, there is investigations going on about the Epstein files. They are currently doing investigations for it.
Sure, I'm sure they're working real hard They've uncovered nothing but fraud in Minnesota or
But where
fraud
did
in
all those other
California.
files come out then? How did the files that we see today came out?
We forced their hands on it. We forced it. Trump literally was caught in the Situation Room back in August 2025, having a freak out moment about not releasing all of the files. JD Vance said, hey, you should just do it. You should release all the files. He was sitting there trying to figure out in a room where it's usually meant for like when 9/11 happens or we're going to war. This was so important to him. He pulled all these people into the Situation Room because how do we deal with this? Because my image is on the line.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you're when you're friends with like Epstein, of course you're gonna want your image not to be like seen as in a negative light.
It's weird. It's weird. It just feels so great that I don't have to run defense for somebody so entwined in something so problematic.
I actually agree with you. Actually, I think that maybe Trump should release the files.
Oh, dang! That's a fucking edgelord take.
Yeah, I think he should release it.
Wow.
And I don't think he should, redact the faces of the predecessors. But I don't think is that for you to just simply sit there and then say that Trump is this and that when we don't even
he's protecting pedophiles 100% beyond the shadow of a doubt. But there's not even one piece, one iota, one atom of doubt that he is protecting pedophiles right now.
Wait,
Sure.
I'm so sorry, Pickles. I found it. 1 second. Can I show this, please? 1 second. I want to show this. This is actually very important. Her name was Monica Seles. Hold on. Let me. Oh, can I show videos on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. This one.
Another woman in Donald Trump's life. Yet another woman in Donald Trump's life. Tennis star Monica Seles, the top-ranking female player in the world, stunned everybody when she suddenly dropped out of Wimbledon. Now she turned up at the Trump mansion in Florida. Rosanna Scotto reports. I know a dark, sickly place, a place where no one knows your face. A glass of wine, a fast embrace. It's called Hernando's Hideaway. Ole.
Forget about Hernando's Hideaway. Mar-a-Lago has turned into Donald Trump's hideaway for tennis fugitive Monica Seles. Seles mysteriously disappeared after abruptly dropping out of the Wimbledon Championships 10 days ago, only to strangely resurface at Trump's palatial Florida estate. The mega developer reportedly invited the 17-year-old Yugoslav to stay at his home so she could avoid reporters trying to find out why she skipped the tournament. But why would Trump want to get involved in this? Could this eligible bachelor have met his match? The editor of Tennis Magazine could only guess.
Athletes attract all kinds of people. We have a term for them, which the term people who feel somewhat bigger by hanging around with athletes or celebrities, and I think it doesn't matter what social status you're from.
Trump has been known to be a big tennis fan. In fact, he found himself in trouble last year when he was squiring Argentine tennis star Gabriela Sabatini around his casino in Atlantic City. She was 19 years old, underage according to Jersey law. Trump was served with a fine. While Mr. Trump would not...
Wait, but the age of 19 is not bad.
A published report says that Donald is really not interested in Monica romantically. In fact, her parents are staying with her at Mar-a-Lago.
She's kind of a melodramatic kid. She's always said she wants to be an actress, and she's loved LA, and I can see myself in LA in a few years, but a little bit too Mata Hari-ish, even for tennis.
So yeah, she was 17 years old. And he
They said
invited
it was
her.
19.
No, that's the second
That was
person.
another girl. That was a second person.
Okay,
a
so if
second
she was
person.
17, then I agree that that's very weird. But I about the
She wasn't the
19-year-old,
first
I don't
17-year-old,
understand.
by the way. There are
How
multiple.
old was Trump there? 40-something? 50-something?
Yeah, but it's not illegal.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
17
When we're talking about the 19-year-old.
Dude, first of all, what the fuck does a 50-year-old have in common with a 18, 19-year-old? I'm 37. I would never go near a fucking 19-year-old. That is disgusting, deviant behavior.
Well,
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You can't call me wrong when I'm 18.
Yes,
I'm
I
literally
can.
18.
Yes, I can.
How?
Yes, I can. I don't
I
think
can
you'd be
date-
able to consent
I
with like a 60-year-old. I am sorry. No, absolutely not.
Wait, hold on one
I never
second.
said I would
Wait, you
consult with a
might be,
50-year-old.
wait, 1 second. You might be 18, but Pickles is not inviting you somewhere to hang out with him, right? Like Trump invited her to Mar-a-Lago to stay there. And also,
Yeah, I have a bunch of friends who are older
a
than me.
19-year-old can't get into a casino. That's why he was fined. He was fined because he invited a 19-year-old to a casino when the age limit is 21, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was illegal to go into a casino.
At that time, or is it still?
He did break the law with a 19-year-old. And also it was disgustingly creepy, right? But also with the 17-year-old, what does a 45 or 50-year-old have in common with a 17-year-old in order for him to invite her to Mar-a-Lago? The same Mar-a-Lago, by the way, if you actually read the Epstein files, a lot of the girls who were victims of Epstein were actually recruited in Mar-a-Lago. Did you know that? Did you know that a lot of the victims of Epstein, when they were underage, they were recruited in Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, what year was this?
All throughout the 1980s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Oh, okay. But
yeah.
around
the same time, he had a 17-year-old girl there too.
Yeah, but you guys said that it's creepy for like a 40-year-old. Like I have friends who are like 30 or like 20 and like 18. I hang out with a bunch of guys.
Do you think crossing the border is worse than P3D or assault? Or sexual assault?
I mean, is it wrong for a 40? Okay, for me, like,
yes.
is it wrong for my friend who's 40 years old?
Do you think crossing the border is worse than sexual assault?
No, I obviously I believe actual. I don't even know if I can say that, but actually,
okay.
Yeah, it's worse. But I would just say that.
Okay, it's worse. Clear. Okay, so why aren't you focusing on the fact that the person who was literally president of the country actively targeted young girls?
And I actually did, because I actually did. I said that the individuals who are, and Trump being in this situation, I said that that's actually wrong, and I actually
did your father vote for Trump?
No, he actually voted for Obama at first, but then after Obama,
I'm saying now. Did he vote for Trump?
Oh, no, he didn't. He wasn't able to, because he moved all the way down to Venezuela, not Venezuela. What was the country's name? My bad. I forgot what the country was.
You don't know where your fucking dad lives?
I to be honest, he's always at business, so I don't really see him.
Wait. Did you say your dad moved to South America?
No, I didn't say South America, but I don't know where.
Where's Venezuela?
Huh?
Where did your dad move to?
I think he moved down to I forgot. Like I heard something about Poland, but I'm not sure.
Down to Poland?
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. So your dad is an immigrant who hates immigrants?
No, he's not an immigrant.
Isn't he an immigrant in Poland?
Oh,
is he a Polish citizen?
No.
Okay, so he's an immigrant. So your dad is an immigrant.
But we're Americans.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Is Poland in America?
I'm so sorry.
Is your father an immigrant in Poland? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So your father is an immigrant who hates immigrants. Make fucking sense.
Yeah, but you're comparing immigrants that we're comparing from America who's coming here.
No, I'm not. I'm saying an immigrant is an immigrant, point blank, period.
He's like, your spawn point adds value.
But my father has money. He gets to do what he wants.
He's still an immigrant. He's still an immigrant.
Also, the host brought up about the fact that some immigrants come to different countries with money, and they actually.
Is he not an immigrant? Is he not an immigrant?
Yes, but he went there.
Okay, so how is an immigrant being anti-immigration?
Okay, first of all, he went there because he wanted to do business. There's a difference.
He's still an immigrant. He's still an immigrant. How is an immigrant?
We're Americans.
I'm so sorry. Can Americans not be immigrants?
Yes, they can still be immigrants in other countries.
Okay, so if you leave American soil, are you an immigrant? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so cool. He's an immigrant. He's an immigrant who is anti-immigration. I'm so sorry. Pickles, did you hire this guy? Did you pay him to come up here?
Thank God, no.
No, you're a lie. And I'm gonna explain.
How am I lying? How am I lying? How am I
Yes,
lying?
because we're American citizens. We're American
I
citizens.
don't
We
give
are
a damn
America.
if you
We
are
are
American
America.
or not. Listen, your father is not a Polish citizen. When he's living in Poland, he isn't a Polish citizen.
No,
Therefore,
we
he's taking
own Poland.
advantage. He's taking advantage of the
Yes.
jobs that
Yes, we
Polish
are.
people could have done.
We don't care what Polish
You
people
see
have
how
to do.
Polish people could have done the job that your father
Poland
immigrated
already has
to
a good account,
and is
bro.
leeching off of the Polish system. Maybe your father needs to be deported. Oh, sorry, your father needs to be deportated, right? Your father needs to be
Not
deportated.
fucking funny.
It is
Now,
actually.
I suspectability him of being a migrant that needs to be deported.
Exactly.
You know, I'm gonna say this. We own Poland. We are the greatest nation of all time. America is the greatest country of all time. We own these people. So we get to do whatever we want.
Oh no.
We as American citizens have the opportunity. We literally support many other countries like Africa and other places who literally are backwater
China
countries.
supports the absolute fuck out of Africa. Should they be allowed everywhere?
Wait, hold on. Did he say country of Africa?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, this is that private school education your dad paid for. You think Africa is a country?
My bad. I said Africa.
My bad.
I meant
you've
like
been
Egypt
having
and
a lot
stuff
of
like that.
bads this whole conversation.
I meant like South.
You didn't mean South
Egypt.
Africa. You don't have to backtrack right now. This is the result of that private, quote unquote, private school education.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
You probably were homeschooled.
The private school, yeah. It doesn't matter because most of the American citizens in our country, we are the best country of all time.
No,
we
we're
have the
not.
best military fund. We had the best military. We had the best military of all time.
The violence. So you think America's the best because
we do
it's
killing
violent.
the best. Yay!
Yeah.
No, because we protect our country. We protect our country. And I find it funny that people here are arguing about how America is destroying other countries. Yeah, you guys live in America and you complain how America.
Yeah, because of the imperial boomerang.
So fucking what?
Because of the imperial boomerang. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
if
back in
you
the
were
80s,
actively
1900s.
hold on 1 second. If you're actively invading and destabilizing other countries, and then you steal their resources and you have their resources in your country, those people are automatically going to go to the countries with. First of all, a majority of refugees stay in a neighboring country. A majority of refugees don't even leave their continent. Okay? So I don't know what you're talking about. An overwhelming majority of refugees don't even leave their continent. They stay in a neighboring country. Per capita, America doesn't even have the most refugees.
No, but you're arguing like America has. Okay, for first of all, let's not act clueless to the fact that almost every single country in the entire world has had some part to do with when it comes to like colonization or the destruction of.
There hasn't been any other country that has destroyed other countries like Western civilization has. Okay. Western countries have caused the most destruction, and I can sit down here and I can tell you, can you give me another example of another civilization or country that has caused this much destruction as Western civilization? There is none.
There is though.
Okay, which one? Give me an example.
Oh yeah, so for an example, we can pinpoint to like the Middle East for an example.
What country in the Middle East has caused more destruction than Western colonial empires? Israel is a part of the West.
No, that's a lie.
Asswipe.
It can't be. It can't be.
Israel is a part of the West, you asswipe.
Or Iran.
Iran has not caused as much destruction as the Western colonial empires.
Okay, so what about 9/11? What happened one day?
That wasn't Iran. That was 3,000 people died. We do that in a year.
No, I'm talking about who were the people that blew up the tower.
Oh my God. Like Saudis? Weren't they like Saudis, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. So these people are committing destruction around the world.
Who are these people?
We're besties with the Saudis now. What are you talking about?
The Saudis are destruction to the society of America.
The Saudi Arabia is one of your greatest allies. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Saudi Arabia is literally one of your top allies, hence why when a lot of Saudis did 9/11, the U.S. government, instead of attacking Saudi Arabia, they attacked Afghanistan and Iraq.
And by the way, again, you're talking about 3,000 people dead, which was tragic. But we knocked that out in a year. We've done that to Cuba in just fucking 6 months.
Less than a year. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but that was when our birth rate was actually good, and now we have a
what does that have to do with
rate.
anything?
What does that have to do with us killing people?
Yeah, because you're comparing the fact that since 3,000 people died, our citizens can just multiply, and since we have
nobody said that. Nobody said multiplication. I don't know how. Oh my goodness. Listen, you need to teach me how to stretch because I do a lot of Pilates because that stretch right now was diabolical. Nobody's talking about multiplication. What people are talking about is you claimed that other countries have caused destruction.
Yes,
like
they have.
Western Empire. Okay, which ones?
Can I search it up?
Yes.
All right.
The fact that you have to search it up just goes to show that you already lost, by the way. Somebody said he was homeschooled and his dad paid himself.
Oh yeah. I got another one. Yeah, it's way worse than what American has ever done.
When I say West, by the way, wait, hold on. When I say West, you understand that it's not only America, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. So what other country has caused more destruction than the West?
Russia.
Oh my God, you are actually an asswipe.
Or Germany.
Germany is in the West. Germany is in the fucking West. Germany is a Western country. Do you know what the West means?
Only American matters.
Do you know what the West means? Do you know
only
what the West
American
means?
matters.
Only America matters. Only America matters, but your father left America to go to Poland to get a good job.
Yes,
isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Only America matters, but your father didn't stay in America. Isn't that crazy that your father literally is an immigrant elsewhere? America matters so much that your father had to leave the U.S. to go and immigrate to Poland, Eastern European country. Isn't that crazy?
First of all, he didn't immigrate.
He did immigrate. That's what literally immigration means. He moved from the country.
Business in Poland. There's a difference.
He's an immigrant who's doing business in Poland. He's an immigrant.
Yes, and
he immigrated there.
Their shitty system. That's why America.
He immigrated there.
That's why America is way better. What? America is the best country of all time. Why do you think?
By what metric? By what metric? By what metric?
What metric? Bro, we have immigrants trying to come here every single day. We are the biggest. We're literally called the immigration. We're called the immigrant country.
America doesn't even have. America doesn't even. Wait. You're called the immigrant country because the fucking population is majority immigrant.
No.
Where did the white people come from? Where did the white people come from? Did they just like emerge from American soil? Where did the white people come from?
They were born from the West. They were born in the West.
No. Where did they go? Where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did they go from? The reason that's why it's called an immigrant country. The reason that's why it's called an immigrant country.
Because it's not.
Is because Europeans came in there. They colonized the country. What are you saying? Europeans didn't colonize America?
No, because I'm gonna explain. You're talking about colonization as if only white people have committed.
Oh my God! White people have caused the most destruction. Okay, you have still failed to prove.
Oh my God!
That Western Empire. What other empire has caused more destruction than the West?
Okay, so are we trying to put a number on, mass murder and mass genocide? That doesn't make any sense. So let me explain something. When we're talking about murder,
country caused more destruction than Western empires?
We're talking about innocent people who have died. There's no such thing as a number
innocent
of
people who unalived. Yes, in the Americas, more than 90% of people, indigenous people, were unalived. So many indigenous people were unalived. By the way, not through military warfare. By the way, it's because Europeans
don't own this land.
It's because Europeans stunk. They were walking biological warfare. So they went to the Americas and unalived indigenous people by virtue of them just existing there because they brought a lot of diseases. They unalived so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth. It created a little ice age. That is how many indigenous people are unalived. And then when you look at the British in India, within the span of 40 years, they unalived over 100 million people. And then when you look at the Belgians in Congo, within just 30 years, they unalived about 16 to 20 million people. Leopold, when you look at in Namibia, the Germans, they unalived about 80% of the Nama and Herero population, where up until today, the Namibian population has still not recovered from that genocide. Should I go on? Like, again, name another empire that is more destructive than the Western empires.
Okay, I'm gonna search it up.
Oh my god. By the way, I really do not like
You guys asked
yelling.
me a question. You told me to tell
Yes,
you
look it up.
which one. Yes, you never told me I shouldn't look it up.
I didn't say you shouldn't look it up. I said which one. Oh my god. I don't like yelling usually, by the way.
Yeah, so
this kid is irking my soul.
So this one says Imperial of Japan, and then the other one said something about Congo.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You think Imperial Japan, which I don't even like Imperial Japan, they cause a lot of destruction, but you think they cause more destruction than Western empires?
No, but you're asking me.
The question I asked you was, what other empire caused more destruction? By the way, yeah, Japan is in the West, by the way. Japan is a Western country. That's true. Japan is considered a Western country, by the way. If you look at the Western countries, there are European countries, Canada, the US, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. Those are the Western countries. Because when we're talking about Western countries, you're not talking about countries on the Western hemisphere.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about countries that are politically West. So Japan is a Western country, by the way.
Yeah, I got one. There's actually one that have committed about 60 million deaths. The Mongol Empire. Yeah. The Mongol Empire.
I just literally told you the UK unalived 100 million people in India alone in the span of 40 years. One country in the West trumps that. Anyways.
Okay, you're right. I searched it up.
Okay,
they have committed 100
so there is no other empire that has caused more destruction than Western Empire has. There we go. I don't know what you're arguing. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You only named me like one country outside of the West that has committed over 100 million.
Which
Not
country?
The entire West.
Which country outside of the West?
No, I'm saying in the West. One country out.
All 13 Western European colonial empires have caused the unaliving of over 100 million people. Yes.
And let me
when we look at Portugal, that started the transatlantic slave trade, that literally stole 12.5 million people from their homes in West Africa, Central Africa, and East Africa to go to the Americas, the way that the Spaniards and the Portuguese went and unalived indigenous people in South America, and the way that the British and the French and went and unalived people in North America. Like, should I go on and on?
No,
Again, should I go on and on? Okay, cool. So clearly Western European countries and Western empires have caused so much destruction that they created a new set of people. The people that you call Latinos, the ones that you hate so much you want deported, those people were created as a result of Western European colonialism. They didn't exist.
I don't hate Latinos. I don't hate Latinos. I don't.
You do.
No, I don't.
You do. You're okay with immigration if it's American citizens.
Dude, I know. You think Americans have this like all access pass and like a star next to their fucking nationality on their passport. It's like we're allowed everywhere. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
You know, it's pretty ironic because you guys said Latinos, right? When there's other individuals who are coming to our country that are not Latino. So I find it ironic that you guys decided.
I know. Trump only wants white people. Trump and the people in your party, they only want white people.
I'm sorry, are Ukrainians being targeted, or are like Danish people are European people, like Trump's wife?
Actually, yeah, Ukraine.
Trump's wife herself, who's like Slovakian, was in the U.S. illegally. Was she targeted? Are her people targeted?
Yeah, I think she should be deported.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she shouldn't be here.
Yeah, I don't care about what shoulda coulda happened, right? What I'm saying is what is happening. Who is being targeted? Clearly, it is very racialized because people who are white are not being targeted. You know?
Yeah, but white people have been targeted. Like,
Oh
what are
my
we
god.
talking about?
Oh my god. What
Like,
white person has been targeted for being white?
are we being serious?
Yes. What white person is being
I
targeted
can
for
name
being white?
any country. You want
Okay,
me to name
name
a
a country for where white people were targeted because they were white.
Yes. So remember in South Africa,
Oh my god.
they had this law where the white farmers were kicked out of the country.
No, they were not. They were not kicked out of South Africa. They were not kicked out of South Africa.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Well, I
White
remember
South Africans still own over 77 of the agricultural farmland in South Africa in 2026. They are still there, even though they make up about 7% of the population. They still own over 77% of agricultural farmland. White South Africans were not kicked out. They were actually, unfortunately, forgiven by Nelson Mandela, and they stayed there, and they haven't redistributed the wealth and the land that they got.
That's a lie.
What?
That's a lie.
Prove
Zimbabwe kicked all the white people.
Show me where the bill mentions white people.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Show me where that bill, the Zimbabwean bill, mentions white people.
Okay, watch this. Watch this.
Show me where that bill mentions white people, because I've read that bill, by the way.
Now watch this.
You're just gonna embarrass yourself.
All right, watch this then. Watch this. Give me a second.
Show me where in the bill it mentions white people.
All right, then give me a second. Let me get the source for you. Since you want the source,
I
right?
want the primary source, the actual bill. Yes.
All right, give me a second. Just give me a minute.
For somebody who is so wrong, I don't understand how he's so confident, by the way. I feel like you've just given up, Pickles.
I think you're doing great, and I don't want to interfere.
No, please. It's your platform.
No, I'm out of my depth, honestly. You know way more about this than I do.
Yeah, I've read that bill, by the way. It doesn't even mention white ones.
W Georgia in the chat. Don't let this stop you from looking that up, but Georgia paid to kick. Much love to Georgia. Georgia, we love you. Thank you so much. Guys, don't forget to follow Covey, and this is also my backup account. Be sure to give it a follow. We do this all the time, and we're the best. Covey's the best. I'm second.
Oh my gosh. Hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No, but I am so enraged. I just need to talk about this. So,
hold on.
Any Trump supporters?
Hold on. You sound underage. Sorry. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box or call the phone number on the screen. We've got more people calling the phone number. Hopefully we get somebody else in the box so that Covey can partake. See me now. You look like a friendly. We love the TikTok shop. Yeah, that was a straight up child. Sorry, I don't know if they were straight. Oh gosh. Oh, by the way, George's comment said, "How did Collar's black ancestors get to the U.S.? Most likely stolen from from Africa by white Western slave traders. Kick this, you know what? It was a B word. Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Not necessarily. I just wanted to call in and just talk about some of the things that Trump did good, at least from I would say like strategy wise. But no, I'm not fully a Trump supporter at all. I just wanted to like chime in on some of the things that have been going on in the discussions about how you guys are debating amongst assumptions instead of facts. But when you guys were like talking about how Trump like probably assaulted minors and everything like that, I do agree. He did, and he's probably a pedophile. 100% agree with that as well. But some of the things that you guys were saying, like someone crossing the border illegally, um, unfortunately, it is a crime. That's one of the things I wanted to point out. But you made up a good point when you said someone speeding by my house is also a crime. So I think that was a good point that you made when you said that.
Yeah,
I think our government
my argument would be
focusing.
that speeding yields about 48,000 car accidents that involve fatalities every year. And migrants, while there are 12 to 14 million of them here, cause on average about 20 murders a year, which is just exponentially lower. And I would say that the amount of money and resources we have spent on this, we have a bigger ICE than any military on Earth besides China. And I think it's just an insane grift, an insane far-right ideology that is allowing this type of stuff to happen. I think that history will not look kindly at this. Neither will our budget and our deficit. I think that if we were to pursue any crime to the same degree, it would be cost prohibitive. It would gum up the system like it's doing.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. As far as the budget goes, Trump, horrible guy, horrible person. I do think, and it's not Trump's sole decision on what he does with the operations.
I think it absolutely is. I think
absolutely.
Anybody who doesn't
Military
conform
and
with what he
everything.
wants, they get fired, right?
I wouldn't say that at all. I would definitely say he has some people that say, hey, you know, if you just bomb Iran outright right now, I'm sure that's something Trump was thinking. I think we both can agree on that. Hey, just Trump's like, why don't we bomb him? Because he's single-celled like that. He would just be like, let's just bomb the shit out of
None
Iran
of this.
and let's get the Strait open.
The Strait was already open before we bombed them.
Yeah, no, it was. But I'm saying once the Strait closed and he had a bombardment, in that territory, when these ongoing peace talks were constantly being happening, and they're still ongoing, even though they said that they resolved them. We won't know 100% sure until a few days from now, when it's completely resolved. But he was definitely probably thinking like, let's just get rid of this problem and let's side with Israel and let's
What problem did we get rid of?
So we didn't. No, I didn't say that we got rid of a problem. I said that he was thinking we should get rid of a problem. In that problem being Iran, like in the Strait being closed due to drone attacks, boat attacks, other attacks like that.
I'm not following. What you're saying is Trump decided to bomb Iran to open up the Strait that was already open?
No, it was open beforehand, and then it ended up getting closed once the Strait of Hormuz was closed when we
attacked
Israel.
And now we're going to be paying $300 billion on top of the $290 billion we spent bombing them to get it open.
Yes, absolutely right, correct. And I think that what you'll see in the future is he's put a chokehold on the oil market by getting Maduro out of Venezuela, where only Russia and Russia, China, England, Europe itself, Russia, China, Europe, they all have to go to America now for oil. that is something that is taking place in the future, and that is going to have to take
Sir,
place in the future.
how much oil does America consume daily?
Of course, I don't know that off of the top of my head. I would have
It's between 17 and
up.
20 million barrels per day. How much do we drill?
Again,
13.6 million barrels a day. Is that positive or negative? Do we have enough to share?
Oh, no, we don't have enough to share. That's why we take it from other countries.
So you admit that this is imperialism for oil?
Yeah, which all countries, like one of the other things that another host on your show was saying, like, other countries haven't done this type of behavior or killed, incited violence like America has. America has been around for 250 years. I wouldn't say a country, continent though. Asia has done horrible things. Other countries like Russia, like going into Afghanistan, and doing the same thing, as Americans, fighting for resources. Again, what Russia is a Western country, and but other countries have this same strategy. Humankind have always had the same strategy. We move from place to place. We fight tribes. We take their resources, and it's something that humankind has always been a part of. Other countries have partook in that as well.
I don't like justifying actions with other bad actions. And also, I would ask you, are you pro-life?
Oh, am I pro-life? No, no. I'm pro. Like, I think a woman should decide like what she does.
At least
with her
that's
life.
consistent, because I don't know. I feel like you're just saying whatever, it's all the same. We do violence, they've done violence in the past. We should ignore it. This is just the way of life. I think what we should absolutely criticize our government for doing horrible things to other countries abroad, especially things that cost us money or bomb school children or strangle an entire country and deprive them of oil like we're doing to Cuba. I think that we can look at our president and say, this is a lot. This is a whole lot more than we're used to, and we should be able to criticize it and say, hey, dial it down. I'm not cool with that.
That's absolutely true, and that's what's great about our country, is because we do have that ability to criticize it, and we are able to freely criticize our country's history, decisions, and
it's not looking that way. I think the current administration's doing everything they can to silence us. If it weren't for state and federal judges, we would be without a free media. Trump has a website right now condemning multiple reporters, content creators, media outlets. He has a whole hate list.
Yeah,
he's kicked multiple. We just fell to 69th place in freedom of press. So I don't think there's anything outstandingly awesome about the freedom of speech we have right now.
I wouldn't say that there's anything awesome about where we stand on our freedom of speech. I would say that we live in a country where we still have freedom of speech. Now, this situation is has gone up and down as far as freedom of speech has gone. We've had similar scenarios in the past where our freedom of speech was being threatened, and we've had our country's been up and down in that sense. And as far as immigration goes, I'm assuming like you're a Democrat, correct?
Yeah.
Obviously, right? So I wanted to ask you, like, as far as the immigration talks that you guys were having earlier, like did you feel the same way? I mean, you seem like a young man. I'm an older gentleman myself. But like, would you feel the same way, or did you feel the same way when Obama had strict immigration laws and was sending immigrants straight back to their, where they came from at really, really high numbers? Did you feel strong at
I
that
wasn't
point in
aware of it.
time?
I wasn't aware of it. I was not tuned into politics, but there is a huge, stark difference with Trump tripling the size of ICE, tripling the budget, using ICE like a private military, like the fucking SS, and I don't think that he should be using it to jam up cities and states for their voter rolls and holding cities hostage with it. I don't think that his 70% of people who have no criminal background, 70% of the people he has detained, no criminal background. He's sending people to prison camps in El Salvador. There's no sames about this. Trump had a zero tolerance policy where he's locking up kids separate from their parents, lost 1,300 kids at the same time. By the way, I'm 37. But Obama's deportations consisted of 60% criminals, 20% at the border. So if you simply just wanted somebody who did the numbers, you would just vote Democrat. That's what I would say. Without demonizing people, without politicizing it, without saying they're poisoning the blood of the country or calling them vermin or quoting Hitler or saying they have bad genetics and causing white supremacy to skyrocket. I think that Obama didn't do any of that.
I first of all agree with you on how what Trump is doing with ICE, like investing that much of our taxpayer dollars into fighting something when there's way worse stuff going on in our streets, like homelessness, other pandemics, just horrible things that are happening in our country. That money should be put in a completely different place.
I agree. I agree.
But,
$350 billion deficit is being created with this mass deportation. Do you know how much money it would cost to fix all houselessness in the United States?
Again,
$100 billion.
Have those figures.
$100 billion.
So, like I said, I know you said you don't agree with, how Trump's handling the situation with acquiring oil and everything like that, but that's how he's going to get that budget a little bit decreased. If you're following, he's doing it in the wrong way. But
American companies are going out there and grabbing that oil, but I don't think we're going to see much of that. We might be able to tax it a little bit. It's not making even the tiniest dent in the deficit he's created. Trump is responsible for 25% of this country's debt himself. 250 years we've been in a country. Trump being like 2% of the history is 25% of the debt.
Yeah. Yes.
That's not happening. He is not closing the deficit. He has stretched it. He's exploded it.
Like you say, this is I'm an African American male from Florida, which Florida we have a really large African American residency here, and so we basically from it would be biased from my point of view, but I would like to hear your point of view on. You're saying, this white supremacy being at an all-time high. Like I'm not seeing that versus what I've seen in the 50s and 60s.
According to the
and
FBI
everything like that.
and according to the ADL, before Trump picked up the microphone in 2017, in a 7-year period, I think we had 7 right-wing domestic terrorist events. In the following 4 years, we had 20. In the following 4 years after that, we had 40. For a total of like 380 in the past, I think 30, 40 years. Trump is running literal white supremacist ads for ICE and Homeland Security. Ads such as "We'll have our home again," which is the opening of a manifesto of a man who went through a Buffalo dollar store and shot 3 black people with the N-word spray painted on his gun. The group who wrote that song is also a white supremacist group. He's also using the McDonald's logo from, I think, the 70s. It was just a moon man with sunglasses. White supremacists have adopted this logo because it looks like a Klansman. He also is using the word remigration, which is a term coined from 1930s Germany. He is doing everything to dog whistle this messaging to white supremacists, and white supremacist online groups are talking about starting a race war and joining ICE. According to the FBI, the top 15 most violent domestic terrorist groups in the United States are all right-wing. The 15th place is the first instance of left-wing domestic terrorists, and that's fucking PETA. They save animals.
Yes, the PETA does save animals. You have a monitor in front of you. You're able to look up figures and facts, as FBI statistics and everything. The black community is a smaller community than the white population in America. We know that's an outright fact without looking it up. But what is I would like to ask you, is the violent crime disproportional versus black people and white people? As in, are black people committing violent crimes at a way higher level towards white people than black people? Or
no, it's black on
violent crime?
Usual violent crime is intra-racial.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is what I stated earlier. Is my question is, are black people violently attacking white people at a higher rate than white people are attacking black people?
No.
You're saying no, that black people aren't attacking white people?
My co-host just answered for me. No.
Oh, well, you're again. That's I've been listening to your co-host, and she seems that she just runs off of assumptions and like her thought process and everything like that. But that's completely not true at all. Black people are a smaller population, yet they will attack. And I hate to bring this up because it feels that hate, and it feels that separation between black and white people, which I don't like talking about this. But it is true though. If she says no, it is true that black people do violently attack white people at a higher rate than white people attack black people.
I think numerically, yes. Per capita, no. When adjusted for population sizes, the rate of white on white crime violence is substantially higher than black on white.
Yes, like I said, yeah. I don't want to get.
Do you agree that things like poverty create crime and maybe not melanin content?
No, I don't agree with that. Absolutely not. I don't agree with that at all. Even during the Great Depression, crime wasn't even close to what it is. You know, it's not something like, I wouldn't say poverty has
Crime rates today are significantly lower than the Great Depression.
Well, crime, I'm talking violent crimes.
Yes, violent crime during the Great Depression, homicide mortality was 9.7 deaths per 100,000. I think we're at 5 right now.
Okay, all right. So that's a good fact that you pointed out. So you pointed out a good fact that I did not know. So you are establishing a good argument that poverty is one of the reasons that
it's literally like it's just hard facts. Yes, there's multiple bodies that study this, and it is absolutely universally agreed that poverty yields crime. It's not 100% causative, but it is absolutely a giant factor in yielding crime.
Okay.
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Poverty is a giant factor in yielding crime. I grew up in a poverty stricken area of Florida. It's Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I also lived in another city called Pompano, and all I saw was, you know, a lot of people, you know, rising out of that situation, not committing crimes. Why?
That's anecdotal, though. I grew up in a trailer park, and I committed tons of crime myself.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, it is anecdotal. It is anecdotal, and that's one of the reasons I just wanted to call in, because I want to give more time for other people to call in and share their opinions and their views on the things that you guys are discussing today. But like, that was a very good thing that you did. You brought up facts. You were able to correct me on how I stated, like, oh, you know, I don't think poverty has, you know, a reason on why violent crime is the way it is. So the reason why I was calling in is, I think the arguments and debates would make the channel stronger if we didn't lead on assumptions instead of just facts. And if we spoke facts and
can he tell you
said,
what assumption
hey,
I made?
here it is. This is right to your face.
Hey, sir, give me
you
just
would have that young man on the other line, what you had, backed into a corner really well, I would say, because he wasn't that well educated on what he was saying. But yeah, you were about to speak, so let me go ahead and say.
Yeah, give me a sec. Kofi, what were you saying?
Yeah, can he tell you what assumption I made? Because he said the young man was backed into the corner. I was the one who backed him into the corner by using facts. Can he tell you what assumption I made?
She's asking for what assumptions she made that are causing you to say this.
Who is that? Your host?
She's a friend, yeah, co-host.
Yeah, your friend. Sorry. So the assumptions that I was hearing before were like, for example, again, I would like to reiterate that I do also assume that Trump, you know, has done, you know, horrible things to kids. He was friends with Epstein, everything like that. But we haven't proven that in court. So it by definition, we are just making assumptions. That is one of those things that by definition we are just making one of those assumptions.
I
Another
think
one
that
was
protecting these
another
people
was
is just as bad. And there's no assuming there. He is absolutely doing that.
well, I mean, I mean, if you can say he's absolutely doing that, we would be able to produce absolute evidence that he was doing that.
Well, right now, we have Britain asking us for unredacted files so that they can prosecute one of their own people. He's not even responding. It's been months.
You're right. Right. So again, like I said, until that is released, or if it ever is released, which I don't think it will be, I don't think we're going to get our hands on the full Epstein files.
But he's stopping the release
ever.
of that, right?
By the time he goes out of office, those files are going to be destroyed. That's not gonna
And you admit that that is a form of protecting these people, right? That Trump's administration's doing at the direction of Trump. His personal attorney, Todd Blanche, is the current AG.
100%. When you were talking about earlier that does he protect pedophiles? Now that is something that I can for sure say, like, I assume to be true without a doubt. I agree with you on that.
Do you think that somebody who had a house that didn't partake in any of this, but allowed these people to run and come and do these crimes in their house, do you think that they should be held to the same degree as somebody who did these actions inside of that house?
Yes.
All right. Case closed.
I do. Yeah. Yes. I absolutely 100% agree that everybody who had involvement in any type of even I don't even care if it was just the smallest thing. So when it comes to that,
so where is the
people that have
assumption?
already been prosecuted, and those people that I'm talking about are people that, like you said, like Trump introducing maybe girls to Epstein, doing that alone should be something that Trump should be indicted on, questioned
Wait,
on.
I'm so sorry, Pickles.
And
Sir, one sec.
And other.
Yeah, I said that. I said he introduced girls at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
So can he tell me again what my assumption was?
She says that she introduced she claims that Trump introduced to Epstein to girls at Mar-a-Lago. So she's cornering you on what assumptions she was making.
No, that's what I was saying too. So another one of the assumptions that she was making, she was arguing with a caller about a young man who lost his life at the hand of a convenience store owner. And she stated while she was talking that the young man did not have a firearm, and that the young man did have a firearm on him. It was recovered at scene.
I never said that.
And
she said she never said that.
That was. Oh,
yeah. Wait, hold on. I never said he didn't have a firearm. No. What I said was the guy did not.
I'm
100%
sure she said that.
No, I never
said that the guy
he
didn't know.
Yeah, that's what I said. I never said he didn't have a firearm. I said he didn't know that he had a firearm.
The shop owner didn't know he had a gun. The shop owner knew he had a gun when the young gentleman who lost his life pointed that gun at the shop owner's son.
In the middle of a 130-yard chase.
Well, they caught up to him once the young man fell to the ground.
Do you have the right to chase someone out of your house 130 yards and shoot them even if they have a gun?
Absolutely.
No.
Have a right. Yes. 100. So if someone takes my daughter and is running out of her house. I understand.
Okay, that's kidnapping.
We made, hold on. I understand there's a difference between a bottle of water and a daughter. But you just asked me, right? Do I have, and I'm answering this.
Okay, make it a bottle of water, not a daughter. If someone stole a
but
bottle of water
not-
out of your
that's not-
house,
that
what are you allowed
wasn't-
to do?
But that wasn't the question you asked me. The question was, do I have a right to chase somebody out of my house and shoot them down the street? Is what you asked me.
If he stole a bottle of water.
And I said yes. So for a bottle of water, do I have a right to chase somebody?
Right.
So in loss prevention, asset protection, okay, for companies, okay, they have it's completely up. Especially if the store is privately owned, it is completely up to them on how they want to recover their lost merchandise. Under this circumstance, there wasn't any lost merchandise because the young man did not take any of the merchandise from the store. But the young man did not follow the signage rule at the door where it said leave backpacks at the door. On
No,
camera,
he did. He did.
It shows a young man opening up his backpack.
He
did.
putting
He
the water
left-
fridge.
He left his backpack?
Yeah, he did. He left
No,
his backpack
he
at the
didn't.
door.
He brought it into
He did.
the store.
No, he did.
He did
left
leave it
the
at the
backpack.
door.
Yeah, he did.
He brought it into the store. And
He was
opened it up
asked.
in front of the cooler
He was
where
asked
there
to
was
leave
water.
the backpack, and he left it outside.
He was asked to leave the backpack and he left it outside.
Hold on, I'll show you the video.
No, he had a backpack in the store. It's on video if you would like to look it up. He opens up a cooler and he has a backpack.
No, when he opens up the cooler,
in
it
the
looks like he's
front-
shoving it into his hoodie pocket. Wasn't a backpack.
So when in the investigation files, it's a drawstring backpack that they stated in the court proceedings that he brought into the store. But what I'm saying, again, we're getting off. Let's say it's a hoodie, like you said. We'll bring it to water instead of daughter. We'll say it's a hoodie. So this man went on the assumption that something was being taken from him. Now he has a right to try to get that merchandise back if he so chooses to. Now, to chase somebody down, do I think he acted right on doing that? No, I don't think that the guy should have ran, chased the guy down, the kid down, and let me make that more important because it is a child. He should have not chased the kid down. Now he has the right to try to reclaim the merchandise that he perceived to be stolen. So in doing so, the child fell and produced a firearm. And again, she was saying that in our country where it's guns, everybody should own guns. And a child is not allowed to own a firearm. That is the law. But this child did have a firearm on him, ran from them, and they chased him, which they shouldn't have. And once the shop owner saw that the young man produced the firearm, is when the shop owner decided to fire shots. After that produced firearm
I'm so sorry.
was pointed
Pickles.
at his own son.
Pickles, can I show you the video? I have
Yeah.
it right here.
So we're gonna show you the video really quick.
Yeah.
You're welcome to check out the video on my YouTube feed.
Should I silence my phone while I look at the?
Yeah, that's probably best.
Yeah.
Because he said that he said that he didn't leave the backpack, right? So here, this is him. There.
Oh, there he goes. He puts the backpack down.
See? He left the backpack at the door. and then proceeds to go into the store. So he lied by claiming that he took his backpack with him. He left it at the door. After he was told to leave the backpack, he left it at the door. He complied. Stop. And also, please stop. If you're listening to me on the phone right now, stop calling him a young man. He was a child. He's 14 years old. He isn't a young man. He's a child. And, yeah. And also, I never said that he didn't have a gun. I said the Chow family did not know that he had a gun when he was leaving the store. They still chose to chase him, though. So he did comply. You lied.
I'm just listening to you. I'm taking your word for it because I went back to look at your live stream. Could not. It's not loading on my phone. So
all right. So the video did show him leaving the backpack at the door. He had an orange hoodie on. Nothing was around that orange hoodie when he walked through to the water cooler or to the cooler section. And again, I don't know. I think it would be my natural instinct if I was being wrongfully chased by anyone, even if it's a store owner, to say, hey, chill the fuck out. If I had a pew-pew, I might have shown it too.
And it would result in you being shot.
Yeah, but the difference would be
rightfully so,
probably
because
that
the
I'm
person-
white,
the
and
person
I
did not-
probably would get that store owner convicted of murder. And the justice system in America is much different for a certain type of person.
No, it's a disproportional amount of force. If you're being chased, okay, it's a disproportional amount of force.
I'm being
So
chased by two
those-
people.
again,
That's
you're
already
not
in
being
my
touched
favor.
yet. You're not being touched yet. You're not being touched yet.
I don't care.
And I understand where you're probably going. That you, as a white male, would have probably won that case because of your skin color. That's definitely not how I see it whatsoever. You would have lost that case. The person would have won that case 10 times.
Kyle
over.
Rittenhouse.
Does not matter the skin color. Kyle Rittenhouse, yes, was being chased down, right? Did not have the right to shoot anybody yet, right? Until he was, again, had the suspects or victims, however you would like to call them, had the opportunity to relinquish his firearm from him, to take his firearm that Kyle Rittenhouse, again, should not have had on that day. But at that time, they could have taken his gun from him, and they were violently assaulting him. This young man was not touched yet.
Sir,
he was being chased.
Sir,
he did not get touched.
Real quick,
Kyle Rittenhouse got touched.
Somebody paid to have you kicked from my stream. All right, you're gonna have to call back tomorrow. Thanks for calling in. April's in the chat. And I mean, I'm sorry. The justice system is absolutely different for people of color, for black people. There's literal just blanket rates for how much more of a conviction and sentencing you get, even wrongfully arrested for a crime, depending on your race. That is just a thing here. If you don't see that, I'm sorry. But it's just statistics. It's FBI statistics. It's DOJ statistics. We have this. You're 20%. You're going to get a 20% longer prison sentence for the same exact crime if you're black. If I go and do something, that reflects back in guilty verdicts too.
Also, clearly, it's very much common sense to chase down a person that you are afraid of.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're afraid of somebody harming you, it's actually common sense to chase after them instead of running away from them.
Right. I'm so scared. Come here.
Fuck Donald Trump. Happy Pride. Y'all are doing amazing work. I love what you're doing, bro. Have a good day.
All right, kissies.
Yeah, maybe that strategy would work with serial unalivers too, you know? Serial unaliver is chasing you, don't run away from them. Go to them, actually.
Man.
So I just find it disgusting, first of all, that they keep referring to this child as a young man.
Yeah.
I never knew a 14-year-old kid is considered a man. And second of all, the way that they are willing to lie to justify the unaliving of a child. Meanwhile, a person like George Zimmerman, who wasn't in danger, is able to unalive a 17-year-old kid walking home from a store and get off and get acquitted. And then not only does he get acquitted, but he also is able to sell the gun that he uses to unalive a 17-year-old black child for $250,000.
What?
You didn't know you didn't know that?
No.
The gun that George Zimmerman used to unalive Trayvon Martin, he sold for about $250,000. He auctioned it off. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if it was 250,000. Hold on. George Zimmerman sells gun. Yep. It says here, the handgun that was used to kill unarmed black teenager Trayvon Martin in 2012 has been sold for $250,000. The gun was put up for auction by George Zimmerman, who fired the shot but was acquitted of Trayvon's murder.
Did fucking Elon Musk buy it? Jesus Christ.
The sale of the gun drew criticism from those saying Mr. Zimmerman, 32, was seeking to profit from the killing. Gun rights advocates say he was exercising his legal rights under U.S. law. The site that hosted the auction, UnitedGunGroup.com, on Saturday confirmed the amount the Kel-Tec PF9 9mm pistol had fetched. According to AFP News Agency, the pistol sells new for about $350. So it sells for $350, but he sold it for $250,000 because he used it to unalive a black child. And do you know who the buyer was? The buyer was a woman who had wanted the gun as a birthday present for her son. Yeah. Yeah. A white woman bought the gun for her son.
Oh my god. Why didn't she buy Hitler's own personal Mein Kampf? Jesus. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's actually disgusting.
Yeah, let me see if hold on. Let me see if she's identified.
They also said the money would be used to fight against BLM in their movement.
Hold on. Hold on. So the website that sold the gun said, and I quote, "Many have expressed interest in owning and displaying the firearm, including the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. This is a piece of American history. It has been featured in several publications and in current university textbooks. Offers to purchase the firearm have been received. However, the offers were to use the gun in a fashion I did not feel comfortable with." Yeah. This is before he sold it. So before he sold it, he said, I'm a free American. I can do what I want with my possessions. He said it was time to move past the firearm. And then if it does not sell, I would put it in a safe for my grandchildren.
I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. He said Zimmerman wrote that he was proud to announce that a portion of the proceeds raised would be then used to fight BLM violence against law enforcement officers, as well as ending the career of Angela Corey, his prosecutor, and Hillary Clinton's anti-firearm rhetoric.
Oh my god.
The weapon that we're talking about, by the way, is the weapon that was used to unalive Trayvon Martin, the 17-year-old child who was unarmed. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm yawning not because I'm bored, but because I've been up all night. Jacqueline, are you opposition?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Pickles. He was also autographed. Like he was photographed, sorry. He was photographed autographing physical bags of Skittles. Because Trayvon Martin had Skittles when he was being killed by him.
Oh my god.
So yeah, there are photographs of George Zimmerman autographing physical bags of Skittles. Let me see.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But racism doesn't exist, right? And a 14-year-old child can be unalived for 4 bottles of water that he didn't steal. But you have a man who unalived, he wasn't a cop, by the way. It was like a neighborhood watchman or whatever it is, but he was able to unalive a 17-year-old kid who didn't attack him, who was unarmed, and was able to get acquitted for it, and then now he's making money off of unaliving a 17-year-old child.
God, man.
Yeah, we were not talking about Carmelo, by the way. We were talking about George Zimmerman. The dude who unalived Trayvon Martin and got away with it. That's what we were talking about. But yeah. Anyways, Pickles, I've been here for so long, I do have to drop. I don't know if you're gonna end soon, but it was really nice co-hosting.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
You're
too,
the
Pickles.
best.
Bye.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
See you later. The phone line. Oh. All right, we're turning it back on, guys. Chat. Support the stream. I have a Cash App and Venmo and all of the pay apps in my bio. If you send me a message, I'll read it out loud. Support the stream, chat. The phone line is back on. If you've been trying to call, it's been turned on. We did miss a few phone calls. I had it scrolled down, so I didn't. What am I still doing up? I've been up all night. I streamed all night. And then I streamed going to get donuts, and now this is, I guess, my third stream. I'm putting in work, y'all. Can I clarify ableism? Yeah, that was heavy. That was heavy. That was heavy.
At Cordova Labs super chatted $10, some money for the Get Some Rest Buddy Fund.
Thank you, Cordova. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Guys, if you want your comments read aloud, just like that one was, anything above $5 super chat on YouTube does that.
At Stella Brown 909 super chatted $9.99. Good work, thanks you.
Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you. What a night. What a night. I'm from Canada. We're having strings of violence up here, but I don't think it's as extreme. Oh, Carrie, thank you so much for the $10. My heart hurts, and yes, get some rest. Thank you, thank you, thank you, y'all. Amani, I love you, buddy. Kofi, can I snag you again really quick? Pretty please. With all the love. How's my co-host got 4 times as many followers?
How can I say no to that? How can I say no to that? What's up?
I know you are multilingual queen.
Yes.
Where's Amani? Come up here, Amani.
Hopefully my charger works because I'm charging my phone.
Amani.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, what's up? What's up with Amani?
I was hoping you could help me translate what this person is saying. I just kind of wanted you to maybe vet them a little bit. I let somebody come up every once in a while that seems to be from Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, maybe I always try to
Yeah.
raise a little bit of coins for this person, and I just kind of, I don't know, I want your stamp of approval.
Yeah, I can ask them.
Can you say in their language to request up?
أماني انت هون عشان لو انت هنا لازم تقدر تسوي ريكوست لو سمحتي عشان نطلعك تقدر تسوي ريكوست لو سمحتي. Okay, I just told them to request.
They might have dipped out because I can't invite.
Hold on, let me do something.
Chat, she speaks 5 languages.
Wait, hold on, I'll figure it out for you where they're located.
Guys, if you haven't followed Kobe, you need to.
Okay, so they are in Egypt. I just checked their location, but they could potentially don't ask me how I did that. They could potentially be a Palestinian refugee in Egypt. I'm not sure, but I mean that could only be figured out if I'm able to talk to them.
Okay.
And check their dialect basically of Arabic.
Okay.
Do they speak Egyptian? I mean, Egyptian is not a language. It's Arabic with an Egyptian dialect, but yeah. Antiseptic salad. I don't speak Levantine Arabic. I think the only word that I used was hon instead of henna. My lahja is Saudi. But yeah, that's what you wanted. I mean, if they come
Yeah.
back,
Yeah,
I
okay.
can, yeah, if they come back, I can definitely re-request again. But oh, can I show something before I re-request, by the way?
Yeah.
Before I drop, I mean. So remember how I told you it's like really, really bad in like North African countries? Like the amount of like blackness that exists happening there. So I saw this post out of Tunisia. Hold on. So this is a sign out of a coffee shop. Let me show the sign. So this is a sign outside, like at a coffee shop, in Tunisia, in Tunis. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
No entry or seating allowed for any Africans in the cafe. This is and unfortunately, this is not the only this isn't the only sign out there. There are multiple signs now across Tunisia. First of all, as if Tunisia isn't located in Africa, diabolical, but also this is what I mean by there are people being enslaved in Tunisia and Libya right now, right? There's active slave trade. I think Libya has the largest open slave market currently globally. And this is what I mean, how bad the level of anti-blackness is and anti-black violence is. They're literally, Tunisian border patrol, by the way, are also capturing black people, including black students in Tunisia, and selling them off to the Libyan border patrol, because as you can see on the map behind you, Libya is borders Tunisia, and so they send them there. Yeah, right there. So they send them to Libya and then they sell them off to the Libyan border patrol for $13 a person. Yeah. And they were targeting just like a lot of black people, to the point where even some black Tunisians were impacted by this. They came out and talked about it because the president of Tunisia in 2023 openly spoke about how he doesn't want the demographic replaced, and that he feels like he was basically claimed that, that this is an agenda to replace the demographic, and if they don't do anything about it, Tunisia is going to be just another African country instead of being an Arab and Islamic country. So it's going to lose its identity, is what he said. And then since then, they've been, prior to that, and this is all, by the way, being paid for by the European Union. So when people say that racism doesn't exist in Europe, this is all being paid for, funded by the European Union, because the European Union wants North African countries by any means necessary to prevent as many asylum seekers as possible from crossing the Mediterranean Sea and seeking asylum in Europe. And so that's why they're sitting there enslaving people and unaliving them or torturing them and profiting off of them, because they're preventing them from seeking asylum in the Mediterranean Sea. And these European policies that are like asylum policies that are like a form of deterrence. Do you know how many people have been unalived in the Mediterranean Sea in the past 10 years, Pickles?
How many?
So the IOM officially states that it's about 35,000 people in the past 10 years. But the Italian Red Cross came out like 2 weeks ago, I think, or 3 weeks ago, and they said it's actually 200,000 people.
God damn.
200,000 people unalived, and that's only an underestimate, by the way. They claim it's much more, but for now, it's 200,000 people in the past 10 years alone, in the past decade, in the Mediterranean Sea. So, you know how like the U.S. has ICE, Europe also has its own ICE, and it has a major crisis at its border, but it just doesn't talk about it. And it's the Mediterranean Sea now has become the deadliest migration route in the world, because of European policies, by the way. This is what white supremacy does. Like, white supremacy leads to the unaliving of over 200,000 people in the Mediterranean Sea, people who are fleeing countries that were destabilized by those same white supremacist systems, by the way. So when people say racism isn't real, but then you have these very real examples on a global, whether it is in the US or in Europe and like all over the world, where black people are actively made unsafe. Imagine being made unsafe on the African continent. That means like a black person is not safe anywhere, even on their home continent. They're not safe. That's what white supremacy has done. So just wanted to kind of show that, because it's,
Yeah.
It's really crazy how, and you don't hear many people talking about this. This is insane. And didn't Trump want to deport asylum seekers to Libya?
He did. There was I believe it was a black woman that was sent to Libya.
Oh, he sent a black woman to Libya?
Yes.
Wait, who? Where was she from?
I think her name was like Rebecca or Rachel or something.
Wait, what happened to her? So he sends a black woman to an open slave market for black people? What?
Oh, Trump administration did not successfully deport any woman to Libya. In May 2025, U.S. government planned to use military aircraft to transport non-citizen immigrants to Libya, but federal judge in Boston intervened and temporarily blocked the flights. Judge ruled that removing immigrants to third-party countries without allowing them to contest the move would violate their due process rights. imagine.
Wait, does it say where those group of people were from?
This is a third country deportation, so she was not even from Libya.
Yeah, no, I know she's not gonna be from Libya, but does it mention where she's from?
Let's see. Following a statement, Trump's administration deports migrants to Libya, forcibly transfer migrants to U.S. Send migrants to Libya is cruel decision. I don't know where I saw that it was a woman. Where did I read that? Amnesty International has described conditions in Libya as a hellscape and life-threatening. No human should be subjected to these horrific conditions, and no doubt these migrants will have their lives put at severe risk. We need transparency in Libya. Administration continue rejection. Dude, mass deportation. Judge order against Libya. Federal judge.
Mind you, Libya is a hellhole. Like, there are videos of people being attacked with machetes.
Somalis.
In broad day. She was Somali? Oh my god. Do you know how many Somali people are being enslaved in Libya right now? He was trying to send her into slavery. He was trying to sell her into that she would guaranteed the moment she lands in Libya, she would be enslaved. Because Somalis are like some of the main major targets as well in Libya. Like East Africans in general, Eritreans. There's so many Eritreans there. There's so many Somalis, Sudanese, Ethiopian.
No, he successfully, against court orders, did deport people to South Sudan.
Oh my god. Oh my god. South Sudan is struggling right now. I had to fundraise for like a South Sudanese initiative because they're actively being massacred by their government that is allied with America and also the UAE, by the way. The president in South Sudan, Salva Kiir, is allied with the US and the UAE. And he's basically using the UAE as help to unalive South Sudanese people. South Sudanese Nuer communities specifically. And that's where you deport people, where people are being massacred?
He was trying to send Abrego Garcia to South Sudan.
Yeah.
He was trying to send 8 migrants, or he did. They were not giving meaningful opportunity to object to deportation. Minutes before the hearing, administration officials accused activist judges of advocating the release of dangerous criminals. Argument the men had a history of immigration system. They also misunderstood the order because the judge did not specify the time needed between notice and deportation. The migrants' home countries were Cuba, Laos, Mexico, Myanmar, Vietnam, and South Sudan. Oh, and they wouldn't take them back, according to Todd Lyons, fuckface, the acting director of immigration, who spoke to reporters in Washington. Later said the migrants either came from countries that often do not take back all of their deported citizens or other situations that meant they could not be sent home.
Yeah. This reminds me also of the Afghani people who were stuck in Qatar right now, who he tried to send to the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, the place where people are being genocided. Do you hear about that?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. They're like, and I think these were like people who helped the US military back when it was in Afghanistan, and now they're stranded in Qatar, and they're planning on trying to sign a deal with the Congolese government as if Congolese people aren't already dealing with enough currently, where since 1998 about at least 10 million people have been unalived in the span of like a couple decades. But he was trying to deport like these people. I think there were like 3,000 of them to Congo. But Libya is like, if he's deporting people to Libya, that means he wants people enslaved. Like, He actually wants them, especially if they're black, because I haven't seen like non-black people being enslaved in Libya, right? Because there are Syrian refugees. They have been abused and stuff, but they haven't been enslaved. The people who I have been seeing who are enslaved, it's very racialized, are the black ones, right? So the fact that he is even attempting to send like black people to Libya, the place where there's an open slave market. Yeah. And people say that he's not racist. Please. I beg.
South Sudan says it's just unaware of any arrivals. People are just showing up, and I guess the airport, whatever airport might be there.
What the hell?
Just kind of showing
what?
up. Oh my god.
To be fair, like, the South Sudanese president is like allied with the U.S., so that's why they're probably not going to say anything. Does it tell you Western Libya or Eastern Libya? If in your source, does it tell you where in Libya it was deporting people?
Okay, this was not the Libyan article. I'll go back to that. This is Washington Post. Man. Libya, Saudi Arabia, or any other country where they are not citizens without due process, by the way, saying such a move would violate standing court orders intended to shield people from being expelled to countries where they'd be harmed or killed.
Wait, it says here.
Decided judge's ruling. Another judge puts himself in charge of the Pentagon. He wrote on social media, "This is a judicial coup." God damn. Whoa. The gall.
Mm-hmm. Because if it's Eastern Libya, that would be interesting. Hold on, let me check. Because I don't know if you knew this about Libya, but Libya is divided up into two governments. Hold on.
All 9 justices said absolutely not.
Okay, so it says here he was planning on sending them to Misrata Airport in Libya. And the crazy thing is, if you just look up Misrata slave trade, you'd find like a lot of sources on the slave trade in Misrata in Libya. So the reasons why I asked is because Libya is divided up into two governments. So there is the Western government, and then there is the Eastern government. The Western government is led by, damn it, what was his name? Deda, I think. Hold on.
Libya says they would refuse taking any people to. They reject any deportations from the United States. In fact, they're deporting people.
Yeah, but enslaving them. That's what they're doing. So Libya, like 2 weeks ago, I think, they basically shut down the UNHCR office there in Tripoli, the main office, and they like cemented the door closed. And they shut down also the embassies in Libya, and they shut down like 10 human rights organizations, including Doctors Without Borders, claiming that these human rights organizations helping asylum seekers is going to incentivize those asylum seekers to stay in Libya instead of like just using Libya as a transit hub, basically. And so they have been actively just attacking asylum seekers, but they're doing it in a way that I wrote an article about this. I don't know if you knew this, but I started a Substack.
You
Pickles.
did, yeah.
I did, yeah. And it is in the link tree in my bio, and the article is called Europe's Invisible Frontier. And it's about the Libyan slave trade. It basically gives like a whole insight into it. I don't know if you read it yet, but if anybody wants like a beginner like crash course into what is happening in Libya, then if you read that article, you'll be aware. It'll be like a good beginner.
John Kiriakou talks
Mhm.
about the most dangerous places he's been on Earth. He names Libya as probably the most dangerous, and he talks about he was there, and he said that I think it was like South Korean government officials came and leaving the airport, they were bombarded. Their car was, I don't know, hit with an explosive. Everybody was killed. And then 8 more South Korean officials came to investigate that. They killed them too. Like, god damn.
Yeah, because it's mostly like run by militias, that's why. Like it's mostly run by militias. That's the problem because when you look at Libya currently, if you look at Western Libya, which is the government that is recognized legally by the United Nations as well as the actual leading government of Libya, it is run by this guy called Abdelhamid Dbeiba, and it's based in Tripoli, right? It's the internationally recognized government, and it's called the Government of National Unity, and that GNU is literally in an alliance with powerful militias because it's not able to dominate the whole western region of Libya. So what it does is it has an alliance with a lot of powerful militias, and it's those militias who dominate the full territory. And then if you go to Eastern Libya is run by this warlord called Khalifa Haftar, who prior to him being in Libya, do you know where he was? Arlington, Virginia. What's in Arlington, Virginia?
The cemetery?
No.
I mean,
Pentagon.
the
The
Pentagon?
Pentagon. Yeah. So
Oh.
he has links to the CIA. There's like whole New Yorker articles about this guy. He lived there for 2 decades. 2 decades he lived in Virginia. And he was airlifted out of Chad because he was a prisoner of war then. He used to be Gaddafi's like right hand.
Oh.
But then he was a prisoner of war in Chad in the 1980s during the Libyan Chadian wars. And then he was airlifted out there by the CIA, I think. And then he lived in Arlington, Virginia, where he had close ties to the CIA. And he only returned to Libya. You know when he returned to Libya? In 2011. Like a month before Gaddafi being toppled. Yeah, that's when he returned to Libya. Right before and now he's like a freaking powerful warlord that has taken over the whole eastern and southeastern side of Libya. And he is allied with the West and with UAE and stuff like that. Like they massively back him. And so yeah, he's yeah. And he, like, his civilian administration is called the Government of National Stability, lol, the GNS. And he is also in alliance with multiple militias that are loyal to him. So the whole country is run by militias currently. And it's like a civil war between 2 different governments, the western side and the eastern side. And both of these governments are also engaged in the slave trade, and they're both being paid by the EU to do that. Yep. And this is what the toppling of Gaddafi led to, right? I mean, I don't even like Gaddafi, but Libya under him was relatively stable, and now it's like freaking hellhole. But it's very interesting if you do those deep dives. Pickles. It is so interesting. A lot of stuff makes sense then.
I watched a little bit about Gaddafi.
Mm-hmm.
I probably need to rewatch it, honestly. But it takes a
Yeah.
while for me to like get into new territories of history and geography. It takes
Mm-hmm.
a lot for me. My brain is stubborn. I'm doing my
Well,
darndest.
I'm proud of you. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
I think like if people are into geopolitics, they really need to focus on East Africa, especially because currently with the Strait of Hormuz, with the Red Sea. Oh my gosh, so
Sleepy.
pretty.
Thank you,
I love
Sleepy.
it
Good to
too.
see you.
I think like people really need to pay attention to like East African politics because with the Red Sea right now, I do think that we're on the brink of a new scramble for Africa. And like there's gonna be much more like new like there's new eyes on East Africa right now. There's a whole scramble happening. And that's why the war in Sudan is happening as well, because of the scramble for the Red Sea. And that's why Israel even recognized Somaliland because of the scandal, the scramble for the Red Sea as well. So there is this new focus of that whole region, and the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, all of these things are incredibly important for geopolitics currently. And if you like drinking energy drinks, or candy, or put lotion on your body, all of those things have acacia gum in them, and or gum arabica, and 80% of that actually comes from Sudan.
They're like
Eighty
it's like
percent.
trees, right? It's like bark
Yeah, it
on
grows on
trees.
like like resin thing that grows on trees, exactly.
Yeah.
And 80% of that, it's actually none of it comes from the Arabian markets, by the way, like from the Arabian Peninsula. It's only called gum arabica because European merchants encountered it.
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, hey, man, that's pretty cool. How you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. I'm sorry, Kobe, interrupt. What do you like about Trump?
Okay, yeah, I've been kind of like listening in and out of his signal and all kind of good stuff. So let's see here, Trump. Politically wise, he's doing things that most people should do. Now there are things that he needs to go ahead and actually do. Like, yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think he does need to release the Epstein list, like he said day one. I do think he needs to release that. So because people actually do need to be held accounted for the actions that are taken.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's horrible. I think it's actually just abhorrent to go ahead and use children as a mean of trafficking currency and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Let's see here. What else is there? Iran. Okay, so the RGC has been a 47-year problem that we have not really dealt with. We just let them be on their own devices.
That's not exactly true.
Hold on.
Do you know what happened in 1951?
51?
Mm-hmm.
Mine's a little foggy on it, but do pray tell.
We installed a dictator. We did. We installed the Shah. He was in power until 1979. They got overthrown. That's where we got the current government. It was a giant pendulum swing away from the dictator we installed. That's why they screamed "Death to America" for so long. It's basically our first attempt at a regime change that went very south. I
No, I'm not saying that we didn't cause. I'm not saying that we didn't cause the. Like, there's a lot of things that America does that we actually do cause. Let's not go ahead and say that our country is not, holier than thou and everything. We do a lot of stuff that we cause ourselves. We really do, right? And yeah, we did do that. You're actually 100%. I think you're 100% right on that. I'm trying to do my own thing, and I'm trying to do also research while talking to you at the same time.
It's not really contested. Just to let you know, I'm not just kind of being a conspiracy theorist. That's a thing. But yeah, so I think context is super important when we look at what we did and trying to do it again, especially the way the IRGC is set up. They are so decentralized. I think that any attempt to go in there and do a regime change, impossible, literally impossible. There's people that are kind of like overseeing colleges, overseeing hospitals, and it's kind of like just like this big web of government and actors that if we were to just knock out one, it would immediately, their position would be filled immediately by others.
But that also goes without saying within our government as well, right? Like, no government's hands are clean in anything. Doesn't matter if it's IRGC, U.S. government, Venezuelan, UK, et cetera. No government's hands are clean in anything. Like, everybody is an actor in one way, shape, form, or fashion, right? Can we both agree on that one at least, right?
Sure.
Let's see here. Another thing Trump's doing. Now, there are a few things I disagree with Trump with and all that kind of good jazz. He wants to do the drill, baby, drill, which I do believe personally would be a good idea because, in fact, most of our infrastructure runs on crude oil, fossil fuels, et cetera. We do have renewable resources and all that kind of good stuff, but that's only a fraction of what the crude oil and coal can actually go ahead and help us live on a day-to-day lifestyle.
I think that drill, baby, drill is just a silly bumper sticker. I think it doesn't mean anything. I don't think most people who heard that, they just assumed that like Biden wasn't drilling. Biden out-drilled the absolute fuck out of Trump.
So when Trump was in, we had the Keystone XL pipeline, which spanned all the way from Alaska all the way down into Mexico. Running that
not
whole
exactly
entire
true.
deal.
It was 8% complete. It's Alaskan, by the way. It was shut down during Trump. Shut down by a judge named Brian Morris in 2019, further upheld by Trump's Supreme Court in 2020. It was already dead before Biden got in office.
Let's see here. The project was abandoned in 2021 following the Biden administration's revocation of its key cross-border presidential permit. So shut down under the Biden administration in 2021.
Look
and
further.
Then we never really started. It
was sued. The indigenous population in those areas, as well as environmentalists, sued that. That was already halted in its tracks. So instead of Googling, did Biden shut down the Keystone? Was this shut down?
Here's the thing. There was a lot of things that did happen during the Keystone XL pipeline I think personally should have been avoided completely, wholeheartedly, and all that kind of good stuff. Like, yes, indigenous people, environmental, wildlife, etc. The thing is that pipeline was one of the main reasons why we became energy independent. That's another reason why I did like Trump, and I do support him due to the fact of I want us to be energy independent.
Well,
now we are still dependent on.
We became energy independent more than we ever have been under Biden. We re-achieved a 75-year high of energy independence under Biden. The Keystone pipeline, by the way, again, was only 8% complete. It wasn't due to be finished until late 2023, so it didn't actually do anything to oil prices. Didn't do anything. And it by the way, it's Canadian oil. It's Canadian oil. It doesn't add to any sort of independence in energy.
We had a treaty with Canada and Mexico to trade oil between all three of our countries. So yes, some of it was Canadian, some of it was us, some of it was actually Mexico. It was all three countries together.
It was an offshoot of the Keystone pipeline. The Keystone pipeline is very much still there. It still works. Keystone XL is just like a tiny offshoot.
Yeah, it is. It's a big tiny offshoot. Like I was doing a lot of research on it, like way back in the day. So refreshing my mind is actually a good idea. Um, the problem is that I, I want us yeah. There are something. Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you this right now. I am not Republican nor I'm Democrat. I am in the center. If a Democrat says something that actually resonates with me and all that kind of good jazz, I will go Democrat. If a Republican says something that resonates with me, I will go Republican. Right?
Sure.
So I'm not affiliated with any party, but yes, I did vote for Trump. I do support his things that he wants to do and all that kind of good jazz. Has he gone off track? Absolutely. Most politicians do. Right? So we can all agree that saying one thing and doing something is totally two different sides of the coin.
This is what I want to nail.
And
This is what I want to nail in. Trump talking about drill baby drill. It's just another instance of bumper sticker politics. It does not actually mean anything. It was not meaningful whatsoever. Biden out-drilled the absolute piss out of Trump. Trump ended his administration with 11 million barrels per day. Biden saw over 11 million barrels a day. The majority of his administration ended at 13.4 million barrels a day. If he would have stopped drilling a year early, he still would have drilled more than Trump. He was not anti-oil. He was pro renewables and alternative fuels, which is something that is essential to cushioning how much damage we take from situations like this, where the Strait of Hormuz closes. Countries who have all sorts of alternative energies saw much less of a blow to their economy. People who were able to lean on wind and solar and geothermal, things like that. And Trump has done nothing but try to stifle those efforts.
We do lean on wind and solar and geothermal as well in this country as well. We really do.
Trump has done everything to stop those efforts because he is a cuck for his friends in big oil. There's a video of him very famously telling these oil oligarchs, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll do anything you want. And that's what he's proceeded to do. We look at Venezuela.
Well, you also got to figure too, right? There's actually, like you said, oil oligarchs. I'm going to go ahead and play onto that one. What is it? I think it's Rockefeller and all that kind of good jazz. He was the oil tycoon, still is to this day. But yeah, super PACs, bribery. What else is there? Damn, I'm thinking of it. Lobbyists, and all that kind of good jazz. Which I personally believe, my wholehearted side note, I think lobbying, all that stuff should not be involved in politics whatsoever. That's my personal opinion, but it's here, right? So yeah, of course, you're going to say politicians are going to say one thing, Trump included. Politicians are going to say one thing, and it's going to be completely polar opposite of what they're trying to say, right?
Sure, I'm just helping you see all of this babbling from Trump about oil from a different lens, because he is not doing us any favors in that regard. We absolutely have to play along with the commodity, like the world commodity market of oil. So even if we do produce enough oil for us to survive day to day with only our own oil, we don't have nationalized oil. So like even if we drilled 20 million barrels a day, which is about what we consume, which we don't, the world would demand we sell them that oil. And since we don't actually nationally own any of these oil companies, like Saudi Arabia owns a bunch of these oil refineries, they will sell to the highest bidder. They will sell to China before they sell to us. If China is offering, $120 a barrel, they'll sell to them. They won't sell to domestically.
Well, also you got to figure too, money runs a lot of things as well, correct? Like you said, highest bidder. Money is going to run the world. Money is always run the world. The thing is, though, is that for one, when it comes to oil and all that kind of good jazz, oil is just like the U.S. dollar. It's a currency. It's going to be sold to the highest bidder. It's going to be given to whomever needs it the most or is able to pay the most or whatever the case may be, much like you said. The problem is that, what is it? When we took Maduro Exactly what we did. We took him. We got him out. We got him in and out with a, I think it's Delta and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, it was Delta and Tier 1 teams. When they took him, we freed up that oil from Venezuela. But the deal was that they would vote in the president. The president would give us oil in the process and all that kind of good jazz. Hence the reason why our gas prices were gone down that dramatically, which was great. Then after we didn't invade Iran. After we bombed Iran and all kind of good stuff. Then, yeah, after Iran's trump card was the Strait of Hormuz and all that kind of good stuff. We were bombing them left, right, and center. And, yeah, we did take out a school full of kids, which I personally condone wholeheartedly and all that kind of good stuff. I do condone that 110%. It should have never happened, but it did. And I don't think children need to be a casualty of any kind of conflict. You know. And by the by, just going to tell you right now, because everyone, all the news media outlets said it's a war. It was a war with Iran and all that kind of good shit. My thing is that if it's considered a war, I want to see boots on ground.
I think it's a weird standard. I think that we've been doing drone warfare and long distance ballistic missiles for quite a while.
Well,
and
technology does run. Yeah, technology does run that. Drone warfare is a thing too. Cyber warfare, etc. I'm an old school kind of guy. My thing is boots on ground. We're going to be in a war regardless. You know. Now, when it comes to Iran, one of the actual main reasons why we went over there was one of the reasons is because Iran, during one of the treaties, I forgot which treaty it was with. I don't know if it was Clinton, Obama, or Reagan. One of the treaties was that Iran was not supposed to have anything nuclear. Now, I don't know about you, but if a country that is pro-Sharia law, pro-Islamic revolution, pro-whatever, and all that kind of good stuff, and they really do hate America, and if they hate America, would you want to have that country to have any kind of nuclear capability?
This also requires context, and it was Obama. It was Obama who did the JCPOA.
Okay, cool.
The JCPOA was something that said, "Hey, Iran, if you want to have your own uranium program and centrifuges to enrich uranium, we're going to monitor it. If you want to be part of the world economy, if you want to be able to trade with your neighbors, we'll lift sanctions if you allow us to monitor all of your enriched uranium programs." And we allowed them to enrich to 3.67%, which is civilian use, things like power plants, medical, whatever.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And what Trump did, probably at the instruction of the Heritage Foundation and also at the instruction of Israel, it was tear up and remove us from that program, which at the direction of all the other signatories in the IAEA, which is the entity that monitors these programs, they all said, "Do not do that. Do not pull us out of the nuclear program." Trump did it anyway. I remember throwing a fit when this happened. This was in 2018. According to the IAEA, who monitored their program with surveillance cameras, with satellite, with people boots on ground, 300 times a year, they monitored the absolute fuck out of this. And they said they were adhering to this program. Trump removed us, which enabled them to enrich uranium. Then they had 60% enriched uranium years and years later because of Trump.
But you also got to figure too, like if you go, like you also got to figure too, would you trust somebody face value and all that kind of good stuff? If you literally sit there and you're like, hey, like say for instance that one of your friends, like you tell your friends like, hey, I want you like to watch my house or whatever case may be. Kind of don't do anything crazy. Don't throw any parties, this, that, and the third. I'm going to keep an eye on you because you'll have security cameras, correct? Like security cameras.
They had people, personnel. They had personnel. We were there.
Yeah, I'm getting there in a bit. So you'd have like some people coming there, like security guards or some kind of security system within your own domicile, correct? And you told your friends or whomever saying, hey, don't throw a party at my house, this, that, and the third. because A, B, and C, right? Your friends will be like, oh, yeah, sure, no problem, this, that, and the third. And then all of a sudden, boom, party comes through, right? Same concept. We can sit there and say that, yeah, we'll have boots on ground. We'll have somebody out there and all that kind of good stuff saying, hey, we don't want you to enrich the uranium to weapons grade, civilian use only if you want to play ball.
And they were doing that.
Right.
And we had people there confirming that.
They were doing that to a certain degree. Now, the fun part about all this kind of stuff with Iran and all that kind of good jazz is because the thing is that people are very pliable. Doesn't matter who you are, what walk of life, creed, nationality, etc. Doesn't matter who you are. People are exceedingly pliable. Can be molded to anything. Can be dyed any color. Who's to say that those people that were on the ground fed false information?
There's no hint of that. I think what you're doing is being very generous with Trump's actions. But the IAEA, which is an independent body, they're not Iranian. They're made up of all the people that monitor all of the different countries with nuclear programs. And they wrote reports monthly. So they had no reason to lie. The second they broke it, we would set sanctions on them. And they didn't. They were enjoying the freedom of being able to trade with their neighboring countries and having their economy flourish.
Mm.
And they, by the way, building a nuclear program, something like $500 to $900 billion. Their GDP is $400 billion. They did not have that money. They don't have it.
Exactly. So how do you think they would have got the money to build the nuclear program?
They didn't.
That's the question.
They don't have any sort of a delivery system to bomb us or bomb any country with a nuke that was outside of their regular ass ballistic missiles. This is simply just a red herring.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Before that, half red herring, half could be true. Like the half red herring, like the red herring half and all that kind of good stuff could have been like, could we have left Iran alone? Right? To leave them to their own devices, develop the nuclear program that they wanted and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, we could have done that. We could have, right? But if you leave something like that alone and everything, with all the ayatollahs, with all the Iranian generals, warlords, whatever, etc., right? Leaving something like that alone could cause a huge problem later on in the future. We did the same thing back in, what is it? I think it's like 1938 when Poland got invaded. We left that alone because we didn't want to be any part of that.
We're about to be right. So JD Vance seemingly is talking about using the same entity, the same monitoring system that we were using, entering another agreement with the IAEA to monitor their programs. But this time,
the new agreement that everybody's talking about. Okay.
This time, we're going to be paying them, instead of the $1.7 billion that Obama released in frozen assets, it's at least 25 or 28 billion. And in addition to that, we're looking at $300 billion of reparations on top of the 290 we've spent on bombing them. This is a lose-lose situation.
And this is with the new ceasefire, correct?
Yes. This is a lose-lose. This is not 5D chess. This is, I mean, think about how they tricked us into going into the Middle East in 2001 or 2003 to look for quote unquote weapons of mass destruction that were never there, never found.
I'm gonna stop you right there. You ain't gotta tell me anything about that. I served for the U.S. Army for 3 years. I already know exactly what you're going through with 9/11, the whole nine. I know that was the dumbest thing we could have ever done in the history of ever.
So you're willing to consider the fact that they could be doing that again with a red herring to send us to another war for Trump's son?
I'm not sitting here saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Right? I've worked for the government. I know how shady these guys can be. Yes, we could have another red herring and all that kind of good stuff, so that we can go to war with Iran, right? As it states right now, what this administration is trying to do right now, at least on JD Vance's part, is trying to go ahead and stop the bombing, stop all the stuff that's happening in Iran completely. Because yes, we do have a dominant fighting force and all that kind of good stuff, but at the same time, it is useless to get into a war in the Middle East. We've already been there for 20 years. Why go back again? Right? And yeah, the peace treaty, I did not read up on it. I will probably read up on it after all this and all that kind of good stuff. From what you're telling me, yes, it does sound like a lose-lose situation. It really does. Now, there could be some kind of fine print that I don't know about, or whatever case may be, right? The main goal, I believe, that Trump was trying to do is to make sure that Iran does not have anything nuclear. That I believe, is the main goal.
Which
And
I'm
I
trying to
think he
tell
achieved
you
it.
is Trump has enabled them to do that. He's enabled to give them the cards that enabled them to enrich uranium to the point right now where we have to go and do this. Trump has completely made enormous missteps.
At least
I think all presidents, even
7,680
Trump
super
himself, like I
chatted
said, I'm not a
$20. Your
like
style
I'm
of
either
debating
or,
makes
doesn't
a
matter which. I think
difference to
all
both
presidents, doesn't
sides.
matter who they are,
Thank
have
you.
enabled Iran to go ahead and go through with this.
Thank you, Lee, so much for the
Right.
donation.
I think they actually have enabled Iran to go ahead and go with this, to go through the nuclear, to do their nuclear stuff and all that kind of good stuff. I think personally, like here's my standpoint on this. Iran should not have anything nuclear whatsoever. I don't even think they should even have anything civilian grade nuclear. Right? We already took out most of their scientists as is already with the B-2 bombers, and also most of their enriched uranium sites already. Now, if they were to go through nuclear again, the new leadership in Iran has to come up to the table and sit there and say, hey, I want to sign this treaty, or whatever the case may be, saying I will not go ahead and do the same thing that I think you said Obama did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the nuclear program for Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Do the same thing that Obama did, but try to build up on it better, right? Now, I'm not sitting there saying, well, yeah, 24-hour surveillance to make sure that they're not going to do that. We're talking thermo imaging, people on the ground, people are working with these people. Like I just don't want anybody to go ahead and go back to war and go to war and experience that and all that kind of good stuff, because it's a horrible thing to see, right? You get to see the true measure of a person of what they're willing to do in a war. Honestly,
Sure.
I personally believe that, like I said, Trump has done some good things for this country, and he's also done some pretty stupid things for this country, right? It's a twofer. Every politician does this. Nobody's different.
I don't think so. I mean, I think Trump is one of the worst presidents we've had in history, and I don't think there's really any two ways about it. I think that he's acted on behalf of Israel.
Someone's more worse than him, that's for sure. I mean, if you want to count actual presidents, up there with them would be Lyndon B. Johnson. Let's see, Lyndon B. Johnson would be one of the worst. FDR is by far the worst. Then you got Jefferson Davis, Confederate president, and all that kind of good stuff. I mean, you got to kind of sort of count him. Compared to all of them, Trump is actually kind of like really.
Why is FDR bad?
Well, you also got to figure. FDR, he was the longest sitting president, 3 terms. Oh, 4. 3. Oh, 4. He was the person that introduced the income tax to go ahead and stockpile our stuff for World War II. Now, technically, the income tax is supposed to be going away afterwards,
It
but
did.
considering the fact most people saw how much money was coming in for the government, yeah, they
We
kept
had
around
to
the
pay
income
it.
tax.
So the income tax was a temporary thing, and it was stopped. And then Congress goes, well, fuck, we need to do this forever. And the reason income tax is so good is because it doesn't slow down trade. I think that they've taught you to be resentful about this, but income tax is the best tax system.
Well, here's the thing, though. The thing is that our country used to be ran off of tariffs. Now, William Taft used to be called the Tariff King because for the longest time, about 89 to about 96% of our income for our country came from tariffs.
Yeah, but we can't do that anymore. Can't do that.
No.
Can't do that because it slows down trade.
It would be a long stretch.
No, it'd be impossible.
But also at the end of the day, we can't. But at the end of the day, we can't do that at this present moment of time because there's not enough trade to go ahead and go around. And yeah, we do tend to make enemies out of a lot of places and all that kind of good stuff. We have more allies than enemies, but at the same time, our enemies are pretty much.
It just doesn't make sense. I challenge you to just go play around with your favorite AI model and ask it, why is income tax so much preferable to tariffs? Tariffs do nothing but disincentivize trade. That is very, very bad. That reduces GDP growth. That reduces like I can start a business right now selling T-shirts that I buy from China for $5. There's no way I could do that with American-made T-shirts. People are far more profitable. It's far more efficient to be able to trade with the world. And if we put tariffs in front of that, that would slow me down. That would gum everything up. And I have somebody that wants to say something real quick. Give me one sec. What's up, John?
Oh, you're good.
Hey, I just wanted to say that it was actually Woodrow Wilson that introduced the income. It was Woodrow Wilson that introduced the income tax. It was not Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Oh, yeah. It was Woodrow Wilson that introduced the income tax.
Oh, okay. See, like
and
historians kind of good jazz. Sometimes memory is fuzzy, but yeah.
Historians consistently rank Lincoln, FDR, and Washington as the three biggest presidents.
And historians constantly rank FDR as one of the top 3 presidents.
Right.
What's that?
Because he saved us. Historians rank FDR as one of the top presidents because he actually saved us from economic collapse in the early 1930s. And then his New Deal reforms created the largest middle class in the history of this country.
His New Deal reforms created the largest middle class in this country. I don't know. I think you'd have a hard case to fight against economists and historians on this one.
I need 530 feet.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's been like I said, it's been a minute. So look back. Well, I've looked back far, but not that far. But no, I personally, like I said, man, I personally believe that there are things that Trump did that I agree with, and there are things he did I don't agree with. Thanks, bro. There are things that he did that I don't agree with. That I personally believe that. Is he a politician? Let's go and put it blankly. No, he is sure as hell not. He's not a politician, any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Trump?
He was more of a businessman, if anything.
Trump was a con man and a grifter, man. Trump has notoriously ripped off most people he's ever done business with. He's left a wake of destruction in his past. He was not successful at anything until The Apprentice came up.
But that's also that you're also signifying about 95% of the high-level businessmen that run this country. Most people didn't. There is a high level of backstabbing and grifting whenever you get to that kind of.
We do not have stories like this from Mark Cuban. We don't have stories about like Mark Zuckerberg, Mark Cuban. There's plenty of billionaires you can point to that don't do this type of horrible grifting, such as hiring immigrant workers from Poland to build a Trump Tower and then just straight up not paying them. That is egregiously horrible.
Let's see here. When did he hire illegal immigrants to work on the Trump Tower? And which Trump Tower? Because there's multiple.
Here's Trump Tower, New York.
Is Trump Tower in New York?
Mm-hmm.
And when did all this happen?
Let me look up the date. 1980.
1980. So long before I was alive.
They worked 12-hour shifts 7 days a week. Never received overtime. He's consistently
let me
he's
ask you
consistently
this,
had to
though.
rip people off, and I mean it's just a perfect reflection of like the Trump phone that he sold for $500. It's $150 phone that's 2 years old.
The Trump phone. See, like I said, I like this kind of dialogue. There's things I don't know about, and there's things that you obviously do, right? Now, you said Trump uses illegal immigrants. He used illegal immigrants, or probably still uses, I don't know, used illegal immigrants to go ahead and build his towers.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of other businesses that use illegal immigrants to go ahead and actually build things as well. You got construction, which that's a thing. Fields, right? And speaking of immigration, okay. Oh, God. Immigration. Hot take, if you want to come to the country, any country of that matter, I do believe full-heartedly you should assimilate to what the culture is. Bring your own culture, but assimilate to what the laws are, assimilate to what the language is, and all that kind of good stuff, right? Now, albeit, the American English language is the hardest language to learn, by far. It is the hardest. It's been said plenty of times, and I full-heartedly agree. We got one word with 3 different meanings, right? But if you are to come to this country legally, you should assimilate to the culture, learn the language, and bring your own culture as well. This country was called a melting pot way back in the day, and I still believe that it could be a melting pot again. Right?
Yeah, I just think that it's just kind of something that people play on. It's your feelings about people who are like different from you. And when I think about how my life is affected by somebody who might not speak my language here in America, I literally could not care less. I could not. I think other cultures are beautiful. I don't think that anybody needs to strip their own culture from themselves to like assimilate to whatever culture you might be able to point to. I don't think we have like one culture here. Like you said, we're a melting pot.
We have multiple cultures. We
Yeah,
have multiple cultures.
Which
here.
culture do they assimilate to?
Asian Pacific to Native American to White Caucasian, African American, et cetera, we have cultures from all over the planet.
Agreed.
In this whole entire country here.
I would challenge you to assimilate to that.
See, here's the thing though, right? Here's how I do assimilation, right? Say for instance I decide to go ahead and move to Japan. Right? I want to go live in Japan. Japan's good. I love Japan. I like the culture. I like the style. I like the history. I like everything about Japan. Okay, so I want to move to Japan. The first thing I will learn is the language. I have to learn it in order for me to get by day to day.
Japan is a very homogenous, xenophobic culture.
Oh so yeah, most definitely. They're racist as hell too. I understand where you're getting from, but we're going to use this as an example.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's kind of being unfair, right? Like we are a melting pot, and they're very xenophobic. They're very homogenous.
Well, yeah. Well, I understand that too, but also you also got to figure too. There's a lot of Americans that do live in Japan as well. Both whatever shade of color you want to find yourself in, there's a lot of people that live in Japan. Now, do they look down upon that? Absolutely, because they are Japanese. They all do Japanese only things, and it's a whole other mess. But we're gonna just use that as an example for right now. It may not be the best example, but it's an example nonetheless. So say, for instance, I go ahead and go move to Japan. I want to go and assimilate to the culture. Okay, first things first, I got to know the laws, right? Most immigrants that come through the country, whether it be asylum seeking, whether it be visa, or whether it be legally, just to start a brand new life, got to know the laws, right? Got to know the language. and you got to know the lay of the land. Where would you want to go in this country and all that kind of good jazz to blend in or become one with your surrounding people? Now, are there bad people out there in the planet? Yes, there is. There's a lot of bad son bitches out in the planet. There's a lot of bad people here in this country. I'm not saying that we're perfect. There's a lot of people I've met my fair share here and there. The problem is that, for one, illegal immigration should be stopped completely, full-heartedly, full stop completely. I'm not saying seeking asylum. I'm not saying being refugees. I'm not saying coming through with a visa. I'm not saying that coming through legally through the border. Those are the 4 ways you can come legally through the border. But if you are more than willing to go ahead and jump the border just to get to the country, and I understand people do fall on hard times. I understand that completely. Everybody falls on hard times. Or, counteroffer, cartels might use them as a drug mule. You have coyotes and all the other kind of fun stuff, too, that gets them across the border illegally, right? Whether it be via debt or some kind of way to pay off or whatever case may be, or human trafficking, child trafficking, etc.
Let me help you out with that and dispel some misinformation. 83% of the drugs smuggled into the country are done by U.S. citizens. So it's it's not exactly the big boogeyman problem that they're trying to convince you it is. And in fact, when they come here, even if they do come here on they have a visa, which is 40% of them. 40% of them are just overstayed visas, so we know who they are. We've done background checks. But not to mention, all of them as a whole, out of the 14 million of them here, they commit so little crime, it's amazing. It's like the most peaceful group of people on the planet. For us to look at that and be like, oh, dang, we should get rid of them, I think it's wild to me. I think it's fucking wild. So for instance, this year we have 27 murders from 14 million people. 27. We have 17,000 murders a year, and we're going to spend $900+ billion shaving crime down. 27 murders at a time. Like it makes no sense to me. Not at all. Not even a little bit. You can take $1 billion of that and stop 27 murders easy, and without creating a $350 billion deficit, which is what Trump is doing.
Let me ask you this real quick. Out of those 27 murders, how many of them was interracial?
I don't know why.
Like, you also got, because here's the thing, right? Like, I do believe, like, murder is murder, doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter who you are, whatever. Murder is murder regardless. It's bad it's bad across the board. Unless it's justified. Like self-defense. You know, if someone's coming at you with intent to kill or whatever case may be, you're going to defend yourself regardless. Now, if you just straight up gun somebody down and all that kind of good jazz, like, do illegal immigrants account for some of the percentages of murder within this country? Yes.
Not even. No. Not 0.0000001. There's multiple zeros.
Like I said, some, not a lot. I didn't say 50% or 10% or whatever the case may be. I said some. Some, not a lot.
Very, 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 very little. So much that if we never touched it, you would almost never know. In fact, the day that Trump was yapping about most of them being murderers and rapists, some might be good people, there were 3 that year. 3. 2017, there were 3 murders. But he convinced the country in a very Hitler-esque kind of way that people from south of the border are murderous people.
Well, you also got to figure too. You also got to take account to the Lakeland Riley situation, the Breonna Taylor situation, and also the situation that happened in Aurora, Colorado.
That was also
right?
a lie. The Aurora, Colorado ordeal was propaganda. It was literally confirmed by the community manager and the chief of police that one video of people storming into an apartment with red shirts did not constitute an entire gang or something taking over. It was actually more about a property company that was so negligent of their properties, they had to create scapegoats for their property being repossessed.
Hmm. Okay. All right. But you can't sit there and say that most people that come across this border are friendly people and all that kind of good stuff, you
You
know?
you absolutely can. In fact, FBI statistics say that U.S. citizens are 2 to 3 times, even 4 times more likely to do violent crime and property crime. In fact, if we were to double the numbers of people coming in from south of the border, crime rates would plummet because these people are also softening the per capita rate of murder. So if you deport overwhelmingly non-criminal people, you're left with mostly criminal people.
Okay, so let's say this, right? Say, for instance, the entire population of Chicago got replaced with illegal immigration, which sort of kind of did, but not really.
They were all legal migrants, asylum seekers, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm like I said, if you're asylum, coming here on a work visa, vacation visa, or coming through legally, any kind of visa, coming through in a legal way, you're not considered an illegal immigrant. The moment you come across the border illegally, you become an illegal immigrant.
That's
Pretty much,
probably
that's a universal law everywhere.
yeah. So I think that Fox News, OAN, Trump, his administration has done a lot of work to convince
But
you that just
okay, let me
anybody
ask you
caught
this.
on
Say, for instance,
camera is an illegal migrant.
say for instance, here's the thing. I don't assume they're a legal migrant until
Your device has no GPS signal.
until I see, like, okay, cool, yeah, that person did cross that border. There's videographic evidence. There's actually evidence showing he did come across the border illegally. Then I can honestly sit there and say that they're a legal migrant. I don't really watch the news at all because it's either left or right, no in between. There's no indifference. I don't watch Fox. I don't watch CNN, MSNBC, ABC. I haven't watched any of them since I was like 15. So yeah, I don't watch the news barely any at all. Right?
Well, it's even more dangerous if you're just listening to Trump. He's espoused so many lies, it's hard to count. But he's said things like migrants have cost 69,000.
Do I think he's a truthful person and all that kind of good stuff? Hell no.
Even if you're listening to 1%.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm gonna bash Trump here. Right? I'm gonna go ahead and say something horrible about Trump that you're gonna like. The meme with him posted as Jesus was something really fucking stupid. I did not like that one bit. I'm not a religious person by no stretch of the imagination. I do not care for religion one bit. But the fact you're going to try to do something like that and then post it on the interwebs and all that kind of goes, yeah,
and then come out and say that you're a doctor in that image.
That's a metric side of dumb that I have yet to see in anybody until he came along. Like, does he do things off the wall? Absolutely. Does he do things that I think personally he needs to not do? Yeah. I personally believe, this is a hot take, no political figure, doesn't matter if you're a mayor, governor, senator, representative, president, or anything of the sort, no political figure should have social media. None.
I don't know about that.
Because
I mean, like, I don't mind political figures having social media. I think the way Trump uses it is akin to like a 16-year-old girl, and I'm not like joking. I do mean that literally.
It's not even just Trump. It's also Maxine Waters. It's Donald Trump. It's J.D. Vance. It's Nancy Pelosi, AOC, Ilhan Omar.
I think it's totally fine.
It's Ted Cruz.
I think the social media is now the new market of ideas. It's just where instead of walking out into town square and yapping like we used to do, I think it's a completely
that social media is a bad thing altogether. I'm not sitting there saying it's a bad thing altogether. I think, yes, if used correctly, it'll be a great tool. But most people that hold a position of power use it in a dishonest and wrong way. Like, yeah, it could be a great thing to connect to the people with, because yes, when you're up there in that upper echelon of power, you really do disconnect from whether it be your grassroots or from the people you're trying to represent, president or otherwise. Right? But if you use that to go ahead and connect with those people, then yeah, it could be a great tool. But if you're doing it to post memes or whatever case may be, and yeah, what is it? Truth Social, let me put it this way, man. I have no social media whatsoever. I keep my hands out of social media completely. That's how far gone I believe social media has gone, right? Honestly, it's the best thing ever. But it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Most of them use it in the wrong way. They don't use it in the way that it's intended to be used, which is for getting some kind of real truth out there. Like, case in point, we'll take the only people that I could possibly think of that uses it correctly would be Nick Shirley, for one.
Wait, what?
Because Nick Shirley, I do believe he's using it correctly. He's using it for journalism, like true journalism, which I
Oh
believe
man, I don't know about
that
that.
journalism has gone too far either side. It really has. It has gone too far either side. You need to get some fresh blood in there and all that kind of good stuff to go ahead and uncover things that some may have known and some may have not known.
I think
Right?
Nick Shirley is clinically stupid and irresponsible.
That we funnel money everywhere. I know. Wait, what?
I think Nick Shirley is clinically stupid and very irresponsible. There is videos of him in Ukraine trying to espouse that the war in Ukraine was entirely fake.
When did he go to Ukraine?
He did. And he went there and tried to say, where's all our money going? There's no war here. When he's in like areas of Ukraine that haven't been bombed by Russia. He's completely irresponsible. I think he should be fucking prosecuted.
Like I said, Joe, I didn't say he was the best. I said he was a good journalist. I didn't say he was the best of the best. Yeah, I'm sorry. Anybody within an ounce of brain power don't think that there's a war in Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, no, there is. Kiev's been hit plenty of times. Hell, Russia, way back when, during the early starts of it, has actually threatened to bomb Chernobyl and Pripyat, and releasing that kind of a disaster across the entire country. And then, of course, false flag, blah, 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 don't do it, okay, that. But at the same time, you also have to give men credit where credit's due, right? He is working with Dr. Oz. I don't count RFK Jr. as a doctor. He is working with Dr. Oz to uncover a lot of things that our government is doing that should not be done. That should not be going on, right? Like, case in point. I personally believe that we should funnel our taxpayer dollars into programs that actually work, right? I personally also believe that we should go ahead and bring back a lot of things like mental institutions. I believe we should bring that stuff back because it does, as long as it's used for rehabilitation, it works wonders, right? It shouldn't be like, I do believe that our prison system is so generally screwed that most people that come out, usually 9 times out of 10, repeat offenders. I do believe that our government spending is so ungodly out of control in certain aspects in certain areas that I just hope and pray in my lifetime they're not going to go too far gone. They're not going to be too far gone, right? And that's what he's uncovering. He's uncovering government spending that's literally out of control. Right?
I think that you might look up some criticisms of Nick Shirley. I think you might get a whole wave of more truth there. Like his thing with the daycares, for instance, completely still unfounded, completely just ridiculous, bad reporting. I think that I think he's literally a meme to me. I think he's a caricature of an idiot. I feel sad that you might like him. But the Doge cuts, for instance, cost us more money. To touch on that, the Doge cuts did not save us any money. We're looking at things like screwworms in South Texas. I live in Texas. We're going to be paying $1 million or $1 billion to make up for the I think it was first cited as a $300 million program. It was actually like a $30 million program. We're about to spend $1 billion because they thought it was some sort of silly idea to check out what we can do to desterilize male flies of a type. This was a program that stopped the spread of screwworms.
Like I said, you've proven my point. Our government spending has gone completely out of control for programs that should not be funded at all.
But those programs were absolutely good funded. That was a good program that he
discovering how
cut.
to neuter male flies is a good thing to do.
Yes, the screwworm, which we have consistently been battling, this epidemic of screwworm parasites. They take cattle and they're flesh-eating worms. They completely make cattle worthless. Canada stopped buying meat from us the second these showed up on our soil. Meat prices are about to skyrocket. The reason male flies are important in this scenario is because the screwworm, the females of the screwworm, they only mate once in their lifetime. So what we've figured out is we can take these male flies and through radioactive means we desterilize them and we release them in mass. And they go and they mate with these female flies, and these female flies are one and done. They mate with an infertile male fly, and then they don't reproduce.
Okay.
And they framed that in a meme to people who knew nothing about it and said, look at this thing we just cut. This is amazing. This is crazy that they were doing this. Now we know why. Now we know we have to come behind them and pay $1 billion for a $30 million program.
Huh. Yeah, about that stuff. I thought you were talking about just regular old fruit flies and all kind of good jazz, right?
Yeah, and that's what they framed it as. When they were making all of these cuts, they did the exact thing for multiple other USAID programs, etc. And I'm sorry, it was nice talking to you, but somebody just paid to kick you. It's just kind of a function of my show, but you're welcome to call back some other time, all right?
Yeah, it's not a problem, man.
All right, you have a good day.
You too. Bye.
A big, huge shout out to April for $100 kick. Can you please get some rest now? April, I love you. Thank you so much. W April's in the chat. 100 of them at least, please. That's a big deal. Thank you. Guys, I am not stoked to say this, but there's fucking flies in my house right now, and I'm not loving it. Speaking of which, I got a fly problem myself. Wouldn't be surprised if there's screwworms. Yeah. I haven't slept yet, no. I think I've been live since 1 a.m. Jesus. Get a pitcher plant. Might do that. My Discord DMs have some homework. Thank you so much, Jumper. You do send me a lot of really good stuff, dude. Appreciate you. Wow. Still not sleepy. Yeah, no. Heavens to Betsy. Magnesium, melatonin. Yeah, I'm gonna be signing off here in a sec, guys. I closed down the phone line. I haven't been taking magnesium regularly, and I have some, but I do have melatonin, and I also have Rameltrion, one of the two, which is just like a melatonin on steroids that attacks two of your specific melatonin receptors. It's okay. It doesn't make me as sleepy as I want it to. THC patches? I can't. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I have a problem. There was a point in time where I was taking like a dozen gummies a day. I'm that kind of guy. I've got that ism. It lowers cortisol, works great for my sleep. It's the basement, no one does. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Tylenol PM once in a while. I mean, I have pretty much what the ingredient is in that, and it's actually really bad for memory. Be careful taking too much melatonin. It can backfire. I need sunshine. You have sleep apnea? No. Just trouble falling asleep. When my head hits the pillow, I just my mind races. All of these conversations play back in my head. I reel about it. I Google stuff. I just can't turn my brain off. It's almost like my brain goes into overdrive. It's like whatever I'm doing here is like 60% of what my brain does when I lay down. Low dosage melatonin, trazodone. I honestly have done trazodone before, and I wouldn't mind doing it again. I wouldn't mind trying it out again. I do have ADHD. Yeah, I have serious ADHD. Am I bipolar? I don't think so. But I have like an ADHD you could probably study for science. My pommy hates baths as much as I hate giving him one. You have to learn how to relax. Don't stress about anything. Clear-minded. Lots of THC. I can't do it. I can't. I just quit. For like the 20th time in my life, I quit smoking. I'm heaps and bounds better without it. My lifestyle gets real bad. Even if I try to condense it to just sleep, I can't. I just know this about myself. I can't do it. Mine races at night too. That's why he works. Sam, yeah, or 5 a.m. shift. Working out, sunshine, trazodone. I'm saving up a little nest egg to buy a 6-month membership because my local gym. I need a 24-hour gym. I need it because I'm so irregular with my sleep. I just have to. I have to have a 24-hour gym, and it's expensive. It's like $100 a month. So I'm saving up for like a 6-month membership just to knock it out, not have it like threaten my financial well-being month to month. So that's my goal. I actually wake up every day thinking about working out. So I think I'm ready. Quit all video stimulus 1 hour before you go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, I need a sleep routine. Yeah, it's hard because like I reset my sleep routine, and like 2 days ago or a day ago, whatever fuck it was, it all runs together right now. I woke up at 6 a.m. I was like, yes, I'm here. I'm at 6 a.m. I'm gonna stay up. Fuck no. I had just slept for 14 hours, fell back asleep, fell right back asleep, was asleep for 12 hours. I always just want to sleep in my during the day. And I'm sorry for throwing women under the bus. I'm going to try not to do that. I didn't even realize that I always said that Trump is like a 16-year-old girl. I'm going to stop saying that. I think if you start exercising, it might help your sleep too. Yeah. I think Anytime Fitness might be sleep. So I kind of have like a. I don't drive. I don't drive. The closest thing I have to me is Anytime Fitness, and my Anytime Fitness is $100 because I'm in downtown Dallas, just right in the middle of downtown Dallas. A lot of people want to go. Ooh. My Anytime Fitness is 45. I wish. 100 a month? Yeah. 100 a month. If I go month to month, there's a $50 initiation fee. It's wild, dude. It's wild what they do. They get you. They get you. Yeah, 100's crazy. It's the size of a fucking Starbucks. It's tiny. I think it's literally the size of a Starbucks. I'm not joking. Does it have a pool? Nope. Nope. It's built into the same building as like a Cafe Brazil. And it's like the third of the Cafe Brazil size? What about export? Cheap and usually 24/7. I've had home workout equipment. Guys, I bought, back when I had money, I bought a tonal. If you guys know what that is, it's fucking sick. It is so badass. I had it for like 4 years. Never used it. Just didn't use it. It's the coolest thing in the world too. It's like $5 grand. Yeah, if you guys look up tonals, they're fucking so cool. It's $5 grand and $50 a month to use your own machine. It's so fucking dumb. It's 40 bucks. 45? I have a rowing machine. Yeah. Jennifer with fucking $1,200. 1 year of gym membership. Wow. Jennifer, I'm giving you a follow. W Jennifer's in the chat. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Jennifer, I'm so sorry for your loss. Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that. And thank you so much. Wow. That is so awesome. I'm going to go right now. I'm going to go right now to Anytime Fitness and sign up. Wow, wow, wow. Jennifer, I love you. Thank you so much. Now you got to do it. Her parents are watching. Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Jennifer, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going right now, and the next time you see me, I will have a gym membership. Wow, dude. And that's all. Thank you. I love you. Seriously. Thank you. I'll be on later today. Yeah. Okay. I will message you. When I come back, I'm going to be jacked. I'm going to be... I'm going to be fucking... Even though I don't know you. Seriously, take a nap. All right. Yeah. Oh, man. Guys, I'm getting off. I'm going straight to the gym right now. I'm going to the gym right now. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Show us the muscle time. I'm coming back. Coming back with a 12-pack and abs. All right, chat. Yeah. Don't forget your helmet. All right, guys, chat, I love you. I'm going to the gym, guys. Going to my second home. I love you guys. I will see you guys tonight, tomorrow, whatever. I'll see you on a late night. I fall asleep to you. All right, chat, I love you. I'll catch you guys later.